Hi. Hey everyone. Hey, I'm Catherine. Come along with me as I make some candles. Wax dispensing pellets instead of flakes so it doesn't get all over your hands or stick to your countertop. It feels good to use an all plant-based wax. Paraffin-free, plant-based wax derived from nature. It pours so nicely, it melts so quickly, and you get an incredible quality candle at the end. Share your candle making journey with hashtag NatureWaxCandleCommunity. I can't wait to see what you create.
I think for me is like, so, but like, you know, is it like who was the top, who was the bottom? Because that changes the politics of it too. You know, I don't know. I think that there's a lot of questions to this.
Here's what I think it really reveals, everyone, is that if it is Nick Fuentes, what's the important thing here is that it shows how flimsy the politics of bigotry are. We can see that every massive piece of protection is actually a sign of insecurity. The people who are like, oh, we need heteronormative American politics more than anything else, and the people who make a big deal out of it, and they can't accept the fact that anyone else would live differently than them, they just reject it full hard. They're just like, no, sorry, can't have it. It has to be a man and a woman. It has to be my idea. It has to be nuclear family. It has to be only sex for reproduction. All the stuff that crazy, outdated shit that they believe. That's the kind of stuff that Nick Fuentes was constantly pushing, right? He was, like, casual sex is gay, like it's all gay, blah, blah, blah. And it was just a way for him in his insane insecurity to kind of grapple with the fact that he himself was gay. Now, we can both have empathy for that and also understand that he's a horrible, hateful, bigoted person. And that's the end of it, right? It's like, okay, this pretty much exposes.
Do you think he's self-hating though, or do you think he wants to hide it from his audience just because he's afraid of the backlash? Because it's not like Milo Yiannopoulos ever really paid any consequences for being the most flaming homosexual of all time. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's self-hating for sure. Mm-hmm. I think it has to be, right? And again, it's like,
I don't know. I mean, he seems pretty unabashed when it comes to everything else about his personality and still saying things that are not popular. Like, it's not like he has shame in any other regard. So even if he did feel like this was something to be ashamed of, that's the only thing I run up against. I'm like, you're Nick Fuentes, bro. If you watch this guy's video, he's clearly not afraid to express his, feelings.
Yeah, I just think he uses it as a way of like putting some armor around himself, right? Like it almost like an extreme way of like self-deprecating him.
What if it's like a long game where he's like, well, once we do martial law and lock up all the women, then there'll just be dudes around, and then maybe it's a long game for him. I'm not sure. I just want to pat myself on the back because 2 episodes ago I said that the Destiny Molina Nick Fuentes clip had Challengers vibes, and I'm sorry, that's a half court shot that I took 2 episodes ago. So I'd like to pat myself on the back there. But ultimately, I think the title of the stream is evil. I think the thumbnail is evil. I think covering this story is wrong. But I did want to get a little bit to the substance, because outside of this, it is so funny how mad they all are that Hassan went on Pod Save America. Like, all of these like creeps and cretins who have been for like 3 months every single day waking up, drinking coffee, and then making up fake anti-Semitism shit about Hassan, and none of it working is the funniest thing I have seen on this website. And it all culminated with the Radlib sister podcast, our beautiful sister podcast, Pod Save America, having Hassan on to co-host, which upset these people because none of these freaks are getting invited on that show anytime soon. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they will.
No, yeah, that's so true. And the funny thing is that obviously Destiny wants to claim the like liberal label. People in the Destiny fan base want to consider themselves the true liberals, hold it down for the liberals. And what's a more liberal coded show than Pod Save America? It's like the ultimate liberal outlet. So for them to not only invite Hassan on there, but let him guest host an episode and make great points, just give him the full episode essentially to make his case. And I think everyone that watched that episode agreed. Not only did he do a really good job, but some people probably watched that episode and was like, this is the extremist anti-Semite guy that we've heard so much about. And that's what I've been saying. I'm like, Hassan's not that edgy. Hassan's not, like, he's just kind of a standard lefty. There's nothing edgy about Hassan.
Yeah, and they all wanted to go after him for this Houthi thing. And it's like, well, now, I'm sorry, Hassan gets to have sex with that Houthi boy. Like, if we're going to even out the Fuentes thing here, Hassan gets to go to the Houthi armada and he gets to have a sailor day with the boys, and he gets to live stream it.
It's sponsored by the guy that shot Osama bin Laden. You know,
Yes.
he brings his own
Let's go.
concubine. Harry Sisson's there. It's quite a spectacle.
The nature of our enemy is unclear now. What do you want us to do about it? Protect us.
Unlock the Vault Edition today.
Well, everyone, we're here today on another special spotlight episode of Best of the Worst. And we're going to talk about one of our favorite films of all time. Jack, I believe this was your first time watching Suburban Sasquatch.
Maybe I've seen bits and pieces here and there, but this was my first full viewing.
And we discovered Suburban Sasquatch originally on the esteemed Pendulum Pictures release, 6 movies, Depraved Degenerates.
And Pendulum Pictures is a company that buys the cheapest, bottom of the barrel shot on video stuff and just threw them on DVDs.
Yeah.
So you could say like 6 movies for $5 or whatever it was, and they're all garbage.
As you can tell by all of the stills from the film they include on the back of the box. they really want to show off what's available on this disc. And this is from the little window in time when the movie packs on DVD were a thing, where you get them at Walmart, the bin, or wherever, and
Say 6 movies, what a value!
and grandpas and dads all over the world were tricked. Well, we love Suburban Sasquatch so much, we got the official release.
Yeah.
At some point, the ownership passed hands because this was released by Brain Damage Films, the famous Brain Damage Films.
It must have cost them a pretty penny. like one really pretty penny.
Oh, literally. Okay. Let's do a quick rundown of plot of Suburban Sasquatch.
Well, Suburban Sasquatch is about a Sasquatch that shows up in the suburbs, and a Native American woman, I shouldn't put woman in quotes, but Native American woman that has to hunt down the Sasquatch with the help of a reporter who's not really a reporter. He wants to be a reporter, but nobody will pay for his shitty articles.
He's an amateur reporter who wants to win the Pulitzer.
The Pulitzer.
I said it right.
I'm sorry. It's just that you're my best shot at a Pulitzer.
And his office is the high school, but we know it is a high school because in the first scene that takes place there, you can see people practicing football.
But all I need is this break. Just a few bucks to start my writing. If I can prove this corrupt police force is covering up murders, well, it could be my big chance. It could be my breakout piece.
He comes there to ask him for money, even though he hasn't written anything yet?
Yeah.
Does he have any idea how jobs work?
He's a loser. He can only afford one shirt, and it's too large.
He has a giant shirt, and he sleeps on a mattress and box spring on the floor in Grandma's bedroom. He's got his computer there. His whole setup is in this spare bedroom in Grandma's house.
Yes.
And he's a virgin.
Now you're just writing your own fan.
I am.
We can only assume.
That's just some logical deduction.
That's right. This man has not changed his shirt. How many days go by in this movie?
That's a very good
3
question.
months?
Look, it's a pipe dream. You'll have no future. What will you do when you're 70? Still run around investigating small but somewhat interesting stories?
Well, he does have the scene with the adult baby where he talks about how he can't get women.
At the fancy restaurant. They They somehow got a table before they opened.
That's an old man with reverse progeria.
This has a baby head. It's crazy.
We should say before we continue, we've seen Suburban Sasquatch probably 6-7 times at this point. This is your first time seeing it, so we got some nice new reactions. But even though we've seen it so many times, we were still laughing quite a bit.
Yeah.
Like, this movie holds up.
Hey, stop farting around.
He's dead? Who killed him?
So hard.
With such heart.
Shattered his entire chest.
Why did he feed the guy to himself?
Just shove his lip flip, Jack.
It's apparently.
It is so bad. And so stupid. It's so charming.
Yeah, well, the magical thing about it, and the very, very important thing that makes Suburban Sasquatch work, is that it's a movie that they took seriously making.
Right.
It comes off like a movie you would intentionally make a bad movie. But as we discovered watching the outtakes,
The director is not a 17-year-old.
Hi, I'm Dave Waskevich, and welcome to the documentary, The Making of Suburban Sasquatch. What I've gotten done so far is I've met with Sarah Schneider. She's going to be the costume designer. She's going to design and work on the Bigfoot costume. We met this morning, talked about different materials, the fur material bought.
the director's not a high school kid.
That was the most shocking thing.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw the high school, you know?
Yeah.
We had evidence of a high school. Oh, this is some kids making this. No.
It's
That's just where the director cleans toilets
oh,
at the high school.
the janitor.
He's a janitor at the high school.
The janitor. The director,
Can we just
janitor.
call him the janitor?
The janitor.
His name is David Miscarriage.
Miscavige?
Waskevich. Oh, where?
The concept they have behind Suburban Sasquatch is really going to be more than just a horror film. I'd like this to have a bit of a statement about life and humanity's pressing onward into nature.
Dave Waskevich.
Wesley
Waskevich. The director janitor is a middle-aged man from Pennsylvania.
Again, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania theory holds true, and he is 100% serious unless this is the most elaborate Andy Kaufman-esque prank.
You know, we tend to see.
You open the app and you see all the different regions and countries you could buy econ for.
So is this in the cloud or is it live inside?
Yeah, I signed a pardon for my son Hunter. And the day I took office, I said I would not interfere with the Justice Department's decision making, and I kept my word. Okay, hold on. That's right, baby. That's right, baby. Hey, yo. Hey. All I gotta say is this. Yeah, free Hunter. First day out, baby. Free Hunter Biden. Also, we got some breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. We got some really big breaking news. Hunter be itching for a pardon, okay? Hunter Biden might be itching for a pardon, folks. Oh my Lord, Lordy Lord, how we got here? Free my man. He ain't do nothing wrong. Free my man, baby. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of prison. Also, apparently, Asmongold agreed with me.
Yeah,
Let's take
I'm
a
going to
look.
be honest. I think he was right about pretty much everything.
I got to pee real quick.
I think this was good. This is really good. And I feel like also it's an example of like, if you build it, they will come. The reason why people have moved away from like progressive policies and the Democratic Party is they feel like the party's not made for them. Yeah, I'll link y'all the video. Yeah, honestly, it made sense. Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that's really what happens more than anything. As I was saying, when if you build blue sky, well, I mean, there's some people that are at blue sky for sure. And does the right
real. From the day of
I think it.
This is Jackery 5000 Plus. The batteries are powered by industry-leading LFP cells arranged in the CTV honeycomb structure.
After raising more than $1.5 billion during her failed election campaign and ending up with $20 million in debt, it seems Kamala Harris is desperate for more cash because the vice president is still reportedly pumping Democrat donors for money weeks after the election loss. Joining us now is journalist, writer and co-founder of the Base Politics podcast, Brad Palumbo. Brad, good to see you. Look, the Democrats have no idea how to manage money or can't read the room. I suspect both at this point. But how bad a look is this?
It's pathetic and insulting. I mean, you blew $1 billion, including on celebrity endorsements and building six-figure podcast sets to be built up for an hour interview and then torn down. And yet you have the audacity come to hardworking Americans who can barely afford to buy groceries, many of them, because in part due to the Biden-Harris administration's policies, and say, give us more money. We squandered it all. Now we're millions in debt. They should hang their heads in shame. But also, any American, I mean, they send these fundraising emails because they work, right?
After raising more than $1.5 billion during her failed election campaign and ending up with $20 million in debt, it seems Kamala Harris is desperate for more cash because the vice president is still reportedly pumping Democrat donors for money.
Gentlemen, in this video, I am going to be taking a look at Rachel Maddow's reaction to the 2024 election. And before that, the Iowa poll comes out, and we're going to look at that. Look at the shock results. MSNBC, this is crazy. Maddow on bombshell Iowa poll with Kamala Harris leading Trump in Iowa. You wouldn't believe it. Now, when it comes to Iowa, I had said right when the poll came out that, listen, Seltzer had been very accurate in the past. There's no doubt about it. But the poll is such an outlier, you can't take it seriously. But liberals, of course, run with it and say, oh, my God, she's so accurate. It has to be right, when every other poll is saying something different when it comes to the Midwest, when it comes to the Rust Belt. But no, I mean, even Iowa early vote numbers were good for Trump. And the voter registration 2020 to 2024 was amazing for Trump. The poll made no sense. These people, they didn't talk about any of that. They didn't pay attention to any of it. They just used their confirmation bias and said, oh, my God, the historical accuracy of this poll makes it to where, this is going to, obviously, if she would have won Iowa by 3 points, you would have figured that would have had a cascade effect
And if you're winning Iowa by 3 points, you're probably winning the Rust Belts as well, fairly comfortably, based on the fact that, I mean, Iowa was not a swing state in 2020 or even in 2016. It was thought of as a swing state in 2016, and then Trump won it relatively easily. And then in 2020, it wasn't a swing state. And then we thought in 2024, it wasn't going to be a swing state. But let's get to this reaction. And then we'll go to the reaction where Rachel Maddow does her grandstanding and basically says the country's going to turn into a dictatorship unless we resist. But because, of course, that's the most, excuse me, I just moved my mic there, because that's of course the normal retort by the Democrats.
Still in a news environment in which there are good polls. And
there are good polls when it's good for liberals, right?
Particularly where in some states there is a gold standard pollster who appears to be unaffected by larger dynamics that are making everybody whine about the polls. And the reason those individual pollsters get the gold standard designation is both because of their proven sound methodology, but also because of their track record over time in that particular jurisdiction. And the prototypical example of a gold standard poll is the Iowa poll done by Ann Selzer, by J. Ann Selzer in Iowa. The polls that she produces for the...
And listen, this is correct. Historically, these polls have been very accurate. However, if you compare a 2024 poll to literally every other poll within the same, I mean, even Emerson released a poll right before the Selzer poll got released, and it had, on top of that, apparently the poll was linked to J.B. Pritzker, and it's like insider stuff with liberals. It's the thing was a total mess, and they don't talk about any of it. They just say, oh, it's so accurate. And it's going to be, this is going to be the only right poll out of all of the however many polls that got released. And notice how she's also trying to formulate it like, oh, the polls this year are so terrible. The polls in 2024 were very solid. They helped me predict a 100% accurate map, because we knew that, well, we didn't know, but we figured that Trump would likely, based off of his track record in 2020 and 2016, he would outperform the polls in 2024. Remember, the liberal cope was that they were overcorrecting and overestimating Trump because of how bad they were in 2020 and 2016, and that didn't happen.
Des Moines Register in Iowa, specifically the final Iowa polls she does before each major election, her polls are known for their uncanny predictive accuracy. This is Ann Selzer's recent track record. I mean, what you see here is in each election year, what her final poll said the result would be in Iowa. Next to that is where things went a little bit gang-a-glay, but in Senate and presidential races, but he is accurate result. This is that poll, and it is a shock result. It shows Kamala Harris ahead of Donald Trump by 3 points in Iowa. And the reason this is consequential to our psyche is that if this is accurate, and if anybody is accurate, it's likely to be Ann Selzer in the Iowa poll.
She's going to be accurate.
If this is accurate, this implies that Harris might be winning Iowa. 3 points, granted, it's within the margin of error.
And there are a lot of liberals in their final prediction map. They had Harris winning all the, I mean, listen, if you're going to have Harris winning Iowa, because all these liberals that, with feminism and Ann Selzer, and they love, oh, she's the one that's way better than everyone else. She's the badass female. She's going to get it right. If you have Iowa going to Harris, you really have to have all the swing states going to Harris, because Iowa is more right than all the swing states. Or so it just makes sense. And what liberals would do is they'd predict all the 7 swing states to go to Harris plus Iowa. That was a lot of their final prediction because of this one poll. When you had Emerson the same exact day release, I think it was a Trump plus 10 poll in Iowa, and you even had Selzer herself release a poll back in the summer when it was fine against Trump, but still Trump plus 18. How does it switch 21 points? It makes no sense. And plus all the underlying metrics. Is there any mention of the Emerson poll? Is there any mention of the early voting going well in Iowa for Republicans relative to 2020 and even 2016? Is there any mention of the voter registration trending to the right? I would imagine no. And see, this is how the media does. They manipulate it. They say, look at this, and she is the most accurate. So it's like you get 1/4 of the actual story. The full story is there's a lot higher chance that this poll was clearly manipulated to try and suppress Republicans. And I mean, this was the one poll that they used. I mean, if she's winning Iowa, she has to win all the swing states, right? It's like their checkmate poll.
Here, but it's 3 points. Iowa is a state where neither campaign has spent any time or resources since the primaries. They don't have
because it's a Republican state.
ground game there. They don't have ads up there. Trump won Iowa by 8 points last time and 9 points the time before that. Nobody thinks of it as a swing state. A Democratic presidential candidate hasn't won Iowa since Barack Obama in 2012. But here she is with the lead. In addition to that top line lead, the poll's internal numbers show dynamics in terms of women.
Yeah, could Iowa be shifting back to a president? I mean, this is all just total crap.
But even men over 65 in this poll are
Totally
+2 for
wrong.
Harris.
Totally missampled.
But digging into the data, we determined.
Remember they had Ann Selzer on talk about her crosstabs, and she's like, I don't know what those are. I mean, I think that's what I remember that's what she said. I'm online.
That it wasn't people switching positions. It was new people, perhaps a bigger pool of people deciding to vote. And at that time, our definition of a likely voter was somebody who tells us.
And it's like this poll. It's all orchestrated. You're going to release this poll, then you're going to go on MSNBC. It's going to jazz up the base. They're going to say we can win, we can do this, and it sets a narrative and an expectation that Harris is going to win.
They will definitely vote. And the numbers were especially notable among older people, among women, and among college graduates. These are all groups that are tilting toward Harris. So it seemed like there was a get off the bench.
And the thing is, the craziest part of it is Iowa was one of the most Republican Midwestern states in terms of shift. I mean, even like, you compare Iowa to a Pennsylvania or an Ohio. I mean, its shift was remarkable. I think every county in Iowa shifted to the right outside of maybe one. So everything that she's saying is just totally wrong. But listen, this is Rachel Maddow. We're going to look at the Rachel Maddow reaction to the election here. And, it's going to be a dictatorship.
If you are an American citizen who does not want to ashcan the American system of government, who doesn't want a strongman authoritarian system where the whole government is one guy and everything else just exists to serve him, if that is not the kind of country that you want, then yesterday's election means you have more to do for your country than you have ever done before. Because now is when the rubber really hits the road, right? We don't just flip a switch and the American system of government is gone. Democracy is gone. It doesn't work like that. I mean,
it doesn't. Liberals told me that, but liberals said that there was not going to be another election. Are you saying liberal? I mean, are they lying to me?
To be boring here for a second.
But what the Supreme Court?
But just getting very real, we now are
going to get more fake crime.
Just another one in the list of countries that has decided to, hey, what the heck? Let's try the strongman thing. Let's let democracy go. Let's put in an all-powerful guy instead, see how it goes.
So we've let democracy go. So you're saying there's not going to be a 2028 election? I guess is Trump just our leader then? When did democracy? But the other thing is, why didn't Trump do it his first term? And then they say, well, the Supreme Court. But it's just all crap. I mean, Biden used his presidential power, his executive authority more than Trump with the executive orders, signing way more than Trump.
Any more countries in the world governed by that kind of a system than there are governed by ours. We are the only 248-year-old multiracial pluralistic democracy in the world. And shall we keep it?
This turbo hybrid makes your whole team feel at home.
Risk it, anyone?
Even when you're away. The new Kia Carnival Turbo Hybrid with 32 mpg. Kia, movement that inspires.
If it wasn't for Bellevue College, if it wasn't for this program, I don't think I would have been accepted to medical school. This was the perfect fit for me and the path that I had to go down.
Now we know. Now we know for sure.
So Trump won, so we're not going to keep it.
Americans, tens of millions of Americans say we should keep that.
But then it turns into this phony, we got to fight and everything like that, or else it's going to be a dictatorship. I mean, we know the script.
Which means time to fight for it.
There it is.
And yes, Americans did fight for it by working on this election, by trying to get the candidate elected who was both the...
Alex Soros did a lot. He bought a lot of Democrats. They did fight.
Democrat and the small d Democrat. She didn't win. The strongman candidate won instead.
The small d?
But now history doesn't end. Time doesn't stop.
Now we have the benefit of knowing, how this has gone in every other country that has been through a democracy to authoritarian transition. And sadly, there are a lot of them.
Right, but how does this transition happen? How does Trump abolish the 2028 election? But you have to at least explain what's going to be happening.
We have the benefit of seeing what's happened in those other countries, though. And what we know is that the more ground the authoritarian takes, the harder it is to ever get that ground back. And so the first order of business is just
like all the LGBTQ stuff and how far we've gone with that from the early 2000s when Democrats didn't even want to make gay marriage legal to where we are now.
Stop them from taking any uncontested ground right from the outset when it comes to what our system of government is and what our democracy is. Right? We know from other countries' experiences that quickly, now, in the next few weeks, if not the next few days, they are going to start pushing to see how far the country is going to let them go without pushback, without protest.
I don't even know what Trump did right after. I don't even think Trump didn't even do anything. Democrats actually came out and said Trump's doing nothing. That's why it's helping his approval rating because he's staying in the shadows. So this is already a prediction from her that's wrong. Unless she wants to talk about trying to get dates confirmed, which ended up not even happening. What it always seems like it comes down to with these people is like this dictator boogeyman almost.
On for even years to come. If everyone thinks the candidate won because his closing message denigrated Puerto Rico or because he acted bizarre.
His closing message denigrated Puerto Rico because of a comedian. What about Biden denigrating half of the country, calling them garbage? That doesn't matter. It doesn't. No, guys. It's so much more important when a comedian who's not even related to the Trump campaign or administration says something. This is a joke about Puerto Rico, which is actually a problem that they have. They have a trash problem, right? They do. That's more important than the current sitting president calling all of the supporters of the opposing party trash. You're right. Look at this. Look at him. He's having a little moment here.
Are on stage, then other candidates, notice the comparison here, will mimic that as a winning strategy, just as Trump's red MAGA style is echoed right down to the red tie by his political wannabes. So politicians are,
they're hating on Vivek.
And claim any victory is a mandate for their entire agenda. Then the actual governing begins. And some things are harder to enact than others. So
I think it's clear from the results that when you look at the
readout, what is that? She has a show called The Readout.
We just saw Washington State where she won handily in the places and the constituencies that she won. People who are more secular, Black women overwhelmingly, all but 20% of Black men. Black men ticked up 1% from the last time that the same percentage voted for Donald Trump. That's not a change. The places where she made inroads, slight inroads among college-educated white women who went a little bit more her way. It's clear that given the fact that he won the popular vote, which is something that hasn't happened since your former boss 2000 and 2004. There's nothing that Kamala Harris could have done. There's no other sort of tweaks.
Well, absolutely. And this woman has been in denial, was in denial the entire night. She said Kamala Harris ran a perfect campaign. Kamala Harris, and this is just so revisionist, and other Democrats have done this as well. There were days, Kamala Harris, number one, she had 3 months. So you would figure she would do as much as humanly possible every single day, considering the fact that she's really coming in fresh. It's not like she had been part of she was running a campaign since April. You come in and you immediately hit the ground running. She went days without doing public appearances. This idea that she did everything and there's just no way, it's total crap. And people called it out when it was happening. When she declined to do things, you declined to go on Rogan, you declined to do other podcasts, but especially Rogan, considering the reach and the fact that Rogan could really humanize you and make you look better, and the fact that Rogan said he didn't want to do a confrontational interview and she still couldn't do it, but she goes on SNL for like a 5-minute segment. These are just huge errors by their campaign, and it's just the denial. Like, why be in denial? They ran a terrible campaign. But Harris wasn't going to win anyways. She is right about that. Harris, even if they ran a better campaign, based on the fact that Harris was tethered to Biden, and she didn't even, there was no argument to her separating herself from Biden. She finally ended up saying, "Oh, I'm, my own person." But it's not even like she said, listen, I'm the VP, I'm kind of hamstrung. She didn't even say that. So she was always tied to the Biden administration and Biden's terrible approval rating. But either way, guys, that's just a little bit of a reaction. That's going to do it for this video. Make sure you follow me on X. Link to that's always in the description.
Nothing significant happens in this world outside of relationship. It's why we build a culture around building the best.
Enough?
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us tonight on 7 News at 10. I'm Kelsey O'Donnell. We start things off with breaking news out of Washington tonight. President Biden has pardoned his son Hunter Biden on federal gun and tax evasion convictions, despite pledges not to do so. Natalie Brandt has more from Washington.
President Biden Sunday night confirmed he signed a pardon for his son Hunter. In a statement, the president said from the day he took office, he said he would not interfere with the Justice Department's decision-making and said he kept his word even as he watched his son being unfairly prosecuted. He said, quote, Hunter was singled out only because he is my son, and alleges an effort to break Hunter, who is 5.5 years sober. He named political opponents in Congress for instigating the charges. Hunter Biden was set to be sentenced later this month after being convicted of felony gun and tax evasion charges from federal cases in Delaware and California. The gun charges stemmed from Hunter Biden's purchase of a firearm in 2018 when he was battling an addiction to illegal drugs and lied on paperwork to obtain the gun. Separately, he pleaded guilty to 9 tax evasion charges. President Biden had previously said he would not pardon his son or commute his sentence.
I'm extremely proud of my son, Hunter. He has overcome an addiction. He's one of the greatest, most decent men I know. And I am satisfied that I'm not going to do anything. I said I abide by the jury decision. And I will do that, and I will not pardon him.
The reversal comes less than 2 months from when President-elect Trump will take office. Republican Congressman James Comer of Kentucky, chairman of the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, said in a statement of his own, the charges Hunter faced were just the tip of the iceberg in what he called the blatant corruption that President Biden and the Biden crime family have lied about to the American people. Mr. Biden said he made his decision over the weekend, which he spent with his family, including Hunter in Nantucket. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, Washington.
Hunter Biden faces up to 42 years in prison for his convictions. He released his own statement saying he has admitted to and taken responsibility for his mistakes during the darkest days of addiction and squandered many opportunities and advantages. But deputies
Hey, I saw this on Twitter today, so I wanted to share it with you. It's this guy who used to be a Democrat. He sounds like Jimmy Dore from 7 years ago. After Bernie Sanders sold out to the Democratic Party, endorsed Hillary Clinton, and got absolutely nothing for his endorsement, he let them cheat him. He didn't make them get rid of superdelegates. He didn't make them get rid of corporate money. He didn't make them do anything to get his support. That's when I knew I was done with the Democratic Party. And this guy by the way, I took a lot of grief for that. But they're all coming around. a little bit more than half a decade later, they're all coming around. Now Anna Kasparian's not voting Democrat anymore.
Wait,
I guarantee
she's like
she's gonna,
Fauci with masks.
she's like Fauci with back. She's gonna vote for me. This guy, by the way, ironically, this guy's name is also Kyle. Watch this.
Hi, my name is Kyle. I have been a registered Democrat for the last 22 years. I have voted in every election up and down from the state to local level that I could vote in. I campaigned for John Kerry and Barack Obama. This message is for the Democrats. I fucking hate you. I hate the fact that you've bamboozled us for so many years, touting progressive policies and giving us nothing. I hate the fact that there are so many broken campaign promises. I hate the fact that you've weaponized our rights to scare us into voting for you.
Yes, they have.
I hate the fact that you failed on protecting reproductive rights. I hate the fact
Oh, that's my fault. I did that. People blame that on me, so I'll take it.
that you support economic policies that actually produce the conditions that make fascism viable.
You mean the Democratic Party is actually playing a vital role in creating the fascism they claim to be fighting against? I can't believe that.
Dimensions of fascism.
Dimensions of fascism, as Cornell West says.
And you don't admit that. I hate the fact that you're classist and not actually egalitarian. I hate the fact that you don't support Medicare for all, housing for all, affordable to free secondary education. I hate the fact that you tout small incremental changes to the fabric of our society as a resounding success.
What do we want? Incremental change. When do we want it? In due time.
When people are still economically struggling and hungry. I hate the fact that you won't call a genocide a genocide. I hate you for supporting policies that produce more bombs and not food. I hate you for supporting the status quo and not for doing the right things to make everyone's life better. I hate the fact that you're not mature enough to receive criticism. And I hate the fact that you criticize the rest of us for being idealistic and wanting better for everyone. And I hate you for blaming your failings on procedural precedent, a majority of which is nothing more than rules that are holdovers from the Reconstruction era and Jim Crow.
Well, so is your president. But anyway,
He's talking about the parliamentarian.
he's talking about the parliamentarian.
And you lost my vote, and you lost many people's vote, and that's your fucking fault.
Wow, this Kyle sounds smarter and less like a chump than the other blonder Kyles I know, I'll tell you that. That young man named Kyle right there is stating unequivocally, Kurt, that he is a racist, homophobic, climate denier. We're not going along with the mainstream narrative. He's led by racist, homophobic, climate destroyers. How dare he feel betrayed by the people who betrayed him? How dare he have an opinion that goes beyond this week's news?
Democracy is at stake, Jimmy. So for him to fall down the alt-right pipeline now,
That's what that is.
Worst possible time. For
This is the worst possible time. We have to, our democracy, we're going to lose it.
Yeah.
Let me bring in the voice of due dissonance. What do you have to say to this?
I don't know, this guy makes me a little nervous. You know, he could start a YouTube channel, dye his hair blonde, break up my marriage, marry my wife, and put us out of business in a few months. I don't like the listens. I don't know why we're featuring this, to be honest. It's making me a little insecure.
There's Kyle from the other side of the quantum split. This is Kyle from somewhere in the multiverse.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome to the party, guy. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome to, yes.
I'm working on an article about this. You know, a lot of people that call the people who just go along with the MSNBC non-player characters. And a big part of the trouble that the narrative managers are having now is guys like this who are self-described non-player characters, right? He's waking up to this. They're waking up because there's not enough in it for them anymore. They can't buy a house. They can't get a good job. They don't get any of the toys you're supposed to get for shutting up, keeping your head down, and repeating what you're told. And more of these people, the PMCs, are not PMCing. They're not going along. They're waking up. They're seeing Palestine and genocide and our support for it is creating a lot of cognitive dissonance for them. This is why Trump's winning, because they're losing these people, and these people are the backbone of the Democratic Party.
Well, well said. Here is, speaking of Kyles, here's another Kyle. This is the Kyle Kalinske, or the anti-Kyle Kalinske. He's going to show us the technique he uses to convince everyone that he's telling the truth. Watch this. And that technique is just mean the living shit out of what you're saying. And that's not easy because of all the living shit in what he's saying, but he's a real pro. Let's watch.
Why overwhelmingly do minorities and African Americans, Hispanic Americans, why are they still continuing to vote in large numbers in the Democratic Party?
Because they're a trillion times better than Republicans. We have a two-party system. We don't have ranked choice voting. We still have first past the post voting. So either the Republican or the Democrat is going to win, and minority communities have accurately come to the conclusion, oh, the Democrats are just way better. They're just...
So, wow, Democrats are a trillion times better than the Republicans, and they still suck this bad. So these last 3 years, you guys, we've been living in the trillion times better verse, according to Beach Kyle. This is like the Goofus and Gallant comics from Highlights magazine at the dentist's office when I was a kid. Goofus keeps telling people to vote Democrat. Gallant washes the shit out of his hair and grows a pair of grapes for once. So I think he's got a little more better.
Like 98% of the Republican Party wants to cut Social Security, wants to cut Medicare, wants to cut Medicaid, and the Democrats don't. Some of them do, but the overwhelming majority of them don't. So maybe that's why. Maybe because they're better on a lot of substantive issues. That's not to say they're good. That's not to say they're perfect. They're far from it. But if you do an objective empirical analysis as to whose policies help regular working class people of color more, it's not close. It's not close. So that's why, Sean, that's why they do it. Jesus Christ.
So I think Blonde Kyle makes a fair point here. For example, if you're a huge AOC fan like I am, you know Democrats are a trillion times better on important issues like sunscreen. And remember,
did you get that done?
Remember all those old jokes, Kurt, about how blondes are dumb because their hair bleach seeps into their brain through their scalp?
Yeah.
I think it's time to stop making those jokes and start researching this very real problem.
Yeah, there's some kind of connection, some kind of Project Monarch connection.
So Lacey McFadden says, every working class person needs to realize they want us to fight over race, sexuality, nationality, and all the other social issues. This is a distraction to keep us pointing the finger at each other instead of the people who actually oppress us all. The billionaire class, they understand once and for all that working class people who come together, their days in power are numbered. Now, this was the point I tried to impress upon on Cornel West when he came on my show, and he pretended to be too stupid to understand what I was saying. That's exactly, and that's why someone named Lacey McFadden. Now, Cornel West, if he read that, he would say she likes Trump a little bit more than she's letting on, because that's what he said to me on this show, like a real motherfucker. And I ain't letting him forget about it. And the rest of nobody's paying attention to him. So I'm actually doing him a favor by keep bringing him up on this show that actually has relevance, unlike him. And, you know, people forget that guys like Cornel West have been living in ivory towers his entire life. He grew up wealthy and has lived it. He's not a member of the working class. He never was, never will be. And that's why he can go out there and tout divisive politics and talk about trans issues and LGBTQ and talk about white supremacy, preach white supremacy. Go preach about white supremacy to a bunch of coal miners. Why don't you go do that? See how that goes over, you guy from fucking Harvard. Anyway, let me bring in the due dissonance. What do you have to say?
Well, I mean, with Cornell, you notice how he disappeared from independent media the second that he just took off the mask and made it clear he's not really running for president. He's just promoting himself, basically. You know, he just gave up all of his ballot access for what? What are you even talking about? Is he even trying to get on any balance? I don't even understand why anybody's talking to him at this point. It's just a circus act now. In terms of what she's talking about, this woman here in this tweet, this is something I've been giving a lot of thought to lately, because when you look at this moment where so many people seem to be getting red pilled by the genocide in Gaza, and you think about what the obstacles are to organizing a left movement, the obstacles are 20 plus years of people being conditioned to hate anyone who disagrees with them on any doctrinal points of identity politics. They built a perfect bomb, a field of landmines into the left that make it almost impossible to really organize a broad left movement. And it's hard to believe that was not directed, because it is such a perfect trap.
It is directed.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I just want to remind people that Brianna Joy Gray, Bernie Sanders' old press secretary, Brianna Joy Gray debates Crystal Ball and Kyle Kalinske on pledging fealty to Biden. That's real. I'm mostly impressed with Crystal there, because she's a successful working mom who still finds time to homeschool Kyle, and that's the beauty.
That's a whole Stepford Wives situation. It's really like she replaced him with an android.
Conspiratorial is the only way I can feel looking at him and his hair matching the wall in the thumbnail.
But they're in the Brady Bunch house there.
I assume Crystal helped Kyle develop his new persuasive style of arguing like a 5-year-old. How much better are Democrats than Republicans, Kyle? A zillion billion times. Yeah, and also
well, this just brings into focus. I mean, all of those things he's talking about, all these domestic policy points. They love to bring up the NLRB, and all of this stuff. And I think one of the reasons why they're having a hard time retaining the base is because a genocide kind of supersedes all of those things, right? Even if you can trick people into voting for Democrats because, well, they won't cut Medicare. I mean, some will. I don't understand. I mean, some will. Like, he doesn't live stream his show. He pre-records. So if you fuck up like that and you're like, well, they don't want to cut Medicare. Well, I mean, some do. At that point, just take it from the top, man. It's like, we'd be landing point. Why would you go through that? Let me take that again and just get that right the first time. Like, if we fuck up, we're live, so we can't do that. We got to go back and. But what is it? What excuse does he have for keeping that in there?
You saying it's a trillion times better also gets us to not good at all.
Yes.
I think it's an unbelievable it's an unbelievable tactic.
Yes, and also Trump is really bad, and then we went to Legoland, and then I got my booster, and then I got an ice cream. Gosh, Kyle, sounds like you had a big boy day today. I see you got your hair colored too, huh? Go ahead, Rob.
I don't understand with shows like Kyle's or the Young Turks or the Majority Report. Why not just go to CNN? They have production values. I don't understand it. Is it just that you like to hang out in the chat? I don't understand why anybody would watch that.
Their MSNBC already exists. CNN already exists, and they're on it.
Job there?
I think maybe they are. Who knows? My theory is that some big Democratic donor has connections inside YouTube and Google, and they promised to give them better algorithm treatment, because that's the only, because he couldn't gain a subscriber after he went against me and got ratioed on 2 different videos. He didn't pick up a subscriber for 2 years, and he had almost 0 views. And so now he's picking up subscribers again. He passed 1 million. And so that's the only thing that makes sense, is that some Democratic operative came to them and said, hey, if you start giving us better, look, your channel's dead anyway. So we'll give you.
He's a Brooklyn dad defiant.
He's a right. And we'll get, that's the only thing that could possibly make sense, is that they're giving them some special algorithm treatment. So now he's picking up subscribers again, and he's getting some kind of view count. Not much. He doesn't get half the view count I do, but he's still It's better than it was. So it's the only thing that could possibly make sense that why they would do that.
Why would you want to even be on YouTube if that's what you want to hear?
Why? I don't know. Why would
Right.
you want
Like, why come to YouTube for that?
That's a shocker to me. I mean, I gotta admit, I do watch TYT from time to time just to see how big Jenks Uger's head can get. I didn't know his head has a gut. That's how, it's amazing.
Will the Brawler.
His head has a gut now. You look at it, it's like he's got the back gut, he's got back fat on his head, and front fat. It's like,
yeah,
he's just not stopping. He's an emotional eater. It's obvious.
I'm voting for him no matter what happens. Just so they know.
So you sure they're not going to arrest you for that?
I'm going to ride to the booth on a horse and ride home with tin cans.
But this is bad for the Democrats. Pre-boomer, Biden a pre-boomer. By the way, when they say Biden a pre-boomer, they mean the Big Bang. Biden a pre-boomer he's losing. Yeah, he's not a boomer.
He's a greatest generation.
I think so. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, like he's like 82. So what's 2023 minus 82?
Yeah, he's been born like what, the
2023.
Yeah, no, that's a boomer. He's a boomer. He's like an old
because
dude.
1945.
1941. He was born 1941.
Yeah, so he's right. I mean,
boy, we're a bunch of math
No,
surgeons over
that's
there.
pre-boomer. Boomer was the post-war baby boomer.
Oh, post-war. Right.
Because all the soldiers
he's
came home from
just
the war
like
and
right
got laid,
on-
and that's what the baby
Yeah,
boomer.
he's like right on the cusp.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's before. There's a big
He's
difference.
before it. That's yeah.
Well, that's the generation, they say, like the generation portrayed in American Graffiti was that generation. What they call them, the silent generation, the one like right before the boomers.
He's also
Well, the greatest was the one before the boomers.
so he can't get
Yeah,
young.
there's this little
Right.
like.
Let's move on
Sorry.
from that topic, please.
Yeah,
He can't get young voters anymore. Jesus fuck. Which would that be? Generation X? Is that for after the boomer, pre-boomer, Gen X, Z? Is that Z or millennial? With Jesus fucking these guys.
Riveting content.
Arab Americans support for Biden. Democrats plummet over Israel. So they can't get anybody. I can't imagine why the Arab Americans aren't supporting Biden anymore. And by the way, remember this? So this was after Donald Trump won the presidency. New York Times actually did a little journalism. They went to barbershops in the black and brown neighborhoods in Milwaukee and asked them, "Hey, how did you vote?" Turns out none of them voted for Hillary. None of them voted for Hillary. Wow. How could you pass up the opportunity to vote for Hillary Clinton?
It's her time.
It was her time. That's like choosing between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. It's like choosing between dental surgery without anesthesia or having Mike Tyson beat your ass on an airplane all the way from Los Angeles to Seattle.
I think it might. I don't know. It's a tough one.
Well, this is something that, the more affluent, more moderate white liberals don't understand, which is that, it takes a certain amount of privilege to have hope and to insist that everyone else has the hope, right? And to people, when you lose hope, it's upsetting, but there's also something kind of liberating about that because you don't feel like you have to keep doubling and tripling down on an institution that very obviously doesn't give a fuck about you. In this case, Arab voters don't look at Donald Trump and see someone who they're going to vote for. They're actually organizing swing state boycotts of the Biden ticket. This is not just an enthusiasm drain or something like that. No, there's actually a proactive effort to flip the election to Donald Trump, not by voting for Donald Trump, but by leaving the presidential line on the ballot blank. And the reason they've done that is because they have come to the understanding, as many of us have, that you simply cannot endorse with your vote a party that in their case, is signing off on a mass slaughter of your own people. Like, you just have to say, we cannot, under any circumstances, go there. We cannot do that. We cannot endorse that, because once you endorse that, they know they have you. And they'll continue knocking the shit out of you. And you'll never be able to make anything better because you'll never get out of that cycle of doubling and tripling down on a failed project. And I think this Israel-Gaza war has really been a major light bulb moment for a lot of Arab voters. Last I heard, only 17% of Arabs said they were going to vote for Joe Biden. 17. That's down from 59% in 2020. That is an unbelievably stunning drop.
That's somewhere around 42%. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I don't want to show off my math skills. But
42, was that the silent generation or the...
We're doing live comedy shows in Oxnard, California, Venice, California, Palmdale, California, Omaha, Nebraska, Des Moines, Milwaukee, Lansing, Michigan, Bend, Oregon, Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Washington, and Boston. Plus, we're going to put a date in Edmonton, Canada, plus Vancouver. See ya. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for all those tickets.
I understand your Packers had about as good a night yesterday as Arnold Schwarzenegger did. He was literally in a car accident yesterday.
What?
Yeah. You didn't know?
No.
Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger was gonna, you know exactly when we filmed this. He was in a car accident yesterday. He was fine, but I saw a picture of it. His SUV is half on top of someone else's car.
Oh, and he's okay?
He's okay.
Other driver is okay?
Other driver might not be. I heard they were bleeding profusely from the head.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh. So the Packers crashed and Arnold crashed.
Yes.
Well, why don't we talk about Total Recall?
Why the not?
Rich, you wanted to talk about Total Recall, and it's about damn time.
Yeah, you know what? People don't talk about Total Recall enough. You think about the classic Verhoeven science fiction films, and everyone talks about RoboCop and Starship Troopers.
I disagree. I think a lot of people have loved the Total Recall. I did as a young man, and then I rewatched it, and I thought as an adult that it's terrible.
Is that where you're at?
No, I'm lying. It's one of the greatest movies ever made.
Are you kidding me? You might have shocked me. I don't know.
Oh, hell no. I loved it even more. And you know what? Because you asked me to, I actually watched the 2012 Total Recall. There's nothing to talk about. And this will not be a compare and contrast show because they are incomparable. But I wanted to watch it out of curiosity. You said it's boring and terrible, and I thought mostly the same thing. Total Recall 2012 is filled with lots of attractive, pretty people, lots of nice-looking scenery.
It's slicker than the classic Total Recall. That's 20 years later, the special effects came a long way. The sets look fantastic, but it has no vision.
And the 1990 Total Recall, while rough around the edges, not a perfect movie, a little dated, a little clunky, is like that ugly actor that's filled with charm and charisma, but is far more weird and interesting.
You know you're watching a Paul Verhoeven film.
We should be feeding this thing.
Moms, Total Recall is based on
a Philip K. Dick story.
Which, in the tradition of Philip K. Dick stories, it has a clunky, weird title.
We can remember it for you wholesale.
Correct.
Which is an amusing title, but it doesn't roll off the tongue.
No. Neither does Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, the original title for Blade Runner. So Hollywood says, no, we got to change these titles. And I think their short story, I don't know a lot about
It's
Philip K.
I haven't read it. It's only like a 23-page story, so it's really like short.
Yeah.
I guess that's why all of the adaptations of it have been radically different in ways.
And then, you know, he wrote Minority Report,
The Man in the High Castle.
Man in the High Castle. I'll give you a bunch of different sci-fi stuff. He died relatively young,
53.
Yep. And
The themes of identity and reality and
What is
what's
real?
real, what is not real. Also, I think made in 1999, there was Total Recall 2070, which was a Canadian TV show supposedly based on Total Recall that had more in common with Blade Runner, which I've never seen, but I know a little bit about. There's like a lot of androids in that show.
watching the 2012 Total Recall, I got visually, obviously, very Blade Runner-ish. So I was wondering, there are the almost identical beats of 2012 Total Recall in 1990. You know, has the dream with the other woman, wakes up, he has a fake wife, he has the friend that works at the job, you know, except for the grander plot, which we'll discuss. It's very different.
Yeah.
Mars colony versus
Robots invading Australia.
Is Australia the colony?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense. I kept getting confused. I'm like, Australia was a colony when it first started, so it should be the colony. But I kept thinking they were talking about the European Union as being the colony. And I was confused.
No.
Either way, there's a tunnel
that goes through the core of the Earth, which is both cool and utterly silly.
Whatever. We'll get into that a little bit because I liked that as a set piece and as schlock, but it felt out of place in such a bland science fiction movie for frat guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like that concept. I thought it was silly enough.
Yeah.
So it had all those hallmark moments, and I didn't know if the 2012 version was just kind of recycling them from the 1991. If you go back and you read the short story, I Can Remember It For You Wholesale, is it just like completely fucking different, like the Starship Troopers novel, where it's like, has nothing to do with bugs and space. It's, you know, I don't know.
I should have tracked down a copy to read it because I only found out last night it's only 23 pages long.
Right.
So it was one of those things that was like published in the science fiction magazine. Yeah.
I'd be curious. I should have done that. You should have done that.
We're terrible at our job.
We're terrible at our job, which is fine. Someone out there has read it and they're young at the speed and yeah. But either way, somehow they got the storyline from it. A man goes to a place that implants false memories and it leads to an action adventure spy thriller.
It took them over a decade to get it right. I guess they've been trying to make it since the 70s.
Oh, really?
Dan O'Bannon took a crack at the script.
Writer of Alien.
And writer of Alien. And they figured out like this is going to be way too expensive to film in $1970. So he made Alien instead. Originally, a couple of the people who were going to star in it at various points, Richard Dreyfuss was going to be the lead at some point. Also, I heard Patrick Swayze. Richard Dreyfuss, Arnold Schwarzenegger, day and night.
Yeah, I don't. It's an interesting. Schwarzenegger provides that charm element. Thank you.
Well, see, there's two different ways to do this because the premise of Total Recall, there's like two gimmicks in the movie. There's the kind of like the surface level. This man, normal everyday Joe, goes to a business that implants like vacation memories into your mind, and they're gonna give him this fake memory that he's actually a secret agent. And when they go to implant the memory, they discover, oh no, he really is a secret agent. And so it's like the main character is a person who is essentially fake. Dennis Quaid never really existed. He's really secret agent Hauser. Or
Douglas Quaid.
Did I say Dennis?
You did.
Let me just redo that.
It's staying in.
It's staying in? All right, that's fine.
You know it's staying in.
Yeah.
It's okay though. You're known for it. It's your trademark.
It is. It is.
As long as you didn't say Randy Quaid.
Hashtag PMC. Police media corruption.
Your two stories are a secret agent man who's going on this memory erasure adventure, or it's all a dream, and he's sitting in this chair for the whole movie, having a seizure and about to die.
Now, I wanted to ask you, because there's a bit of ambiguity here. I want to
analyze this.
I have a thought. And I never thought of it before, because I haven't watched this movie in a while. Can I tell real quick? We're going to get back to this. I want to tell you about the first time I saw this movie. Let me guess. You're not who took you to the theater to see it.
Oh, yeah. Monkey Man, I'm going to go get you dinner. Hold on. Take it easy, Daddy. Take it easy. There's your dinner. Be polite now, Monkey Man. Here, here's your something.
Nobody cared if I saw an R-rated movie.
You're a year older than me. My dad took me and a friend to see this. 1990. I think I was 11.
Yeah, that's about right.
And my dad's, an action movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I was like, yay! And nobody cared back then. And there weren't too many people in the theater, believe it or not. And there is a scene, the scene, when Arnold is going up the escalator and Michael Ironside is trying to kill him. And everyone dies. And Arnold, the guy in front of Arnold just gets shot up, and Arnold uses him as a body shield.
What's this big meat shield? Just this innocent guy who's just riding this escalator, minding his own business.
Yes, he is the master of disgusting bloody squibs. And when I saw I almost threw up.
Like when you were a kid?
Yeah. When I watched all those bloody squibs blowing up everywhere, I got sick.
Oh, I fucking loved it.
It was just maybe it was just the mood I was in. Maybe I'm a little weak. I'm a little kind of a weakling man when it comes to blood.
You were 11.
And I was 11, but I get a little like queasy around blood, and I was like, and I was like, why am I watching this? There's not a lot of like gratuitous nudity. There's the three boobed lady, and they're obviously fake boobs, but
Sharon Stone is in this.
Yeah.
And I read when I was looking up just bits of trivia about this movie, she refused to show more skin. Like Verhoeven wanted her. She was like, no. And then 2 years later, she filmed Basic Instinct with him. So there you go.
Have a nice day.
hey, good for her. I mean, yeah. So Verhoeven loves his violence. He's a great man. They don't make movies like this anymore. Because I was watching the 20.
Let's ease into it a little bit here. This part is not controversial. It was reported all throughout the day on election day. And it's kind of interesting to me that this hasn't been discussed more. It's kind of wild that we had bomb threats in Democratic precincts all over the country. And I think in Georgia alone, there were 60 bomb threats in majority Black districts. So look, that is on its face, that's an attempt to suppress votes, right? And how many people didn't vote because there was a bomb threat and then they didn't get back to it later, right? So let's watch this little clip from PBS.
The ever optimistic Lisa Days right there. Miles O'Brien is back with us. Miles, I understand that as part of your reporting, you put together that there were some 60 bomb threats, not credible bomb threats, but bomb threats nonetheless, that were called in to polling sites across Georgia. Is that right?
Yeah. 60 bomb threats, many of them attributed, we believe, to Russian sources. None of them turned out to be anything, but it did gum up the works here a little bit. But, you know, Jeff, I think the takeaway story here from Georgia is despite all of that, this was a pretty smooth election.
So again, I think that's a big deal. It wasn't just the state of Georgia, it was other states as well. And you got to think, how much did that suppress people turning out? Majority Democratic precincts where this happened. If the roles were reversed and it was bomb threats at majority Republican precincts, you bet your ass Republicans would never shut up about it. And they would use that fact alone to say the election was rigged. They stole it from us. So that's thing number one. Now, let's graduate a little bit here. So this is a clip from Rachel Maddow's show.
No, I gotta back up. That last news article, they were talking about the Georgia that's over in Eastern
The
Europe.
ever optimistic Lisa Desjardins. Miles O'Brien is back with us. Miles, I understand that as part of your reporting, you put together that there were some 60 bomb threats, not credible bomb threats, but bomb threats nonetheless, that were called in to polling sites across Georgia. Is that right?
Yeah, 60 bomb threats, many of them attributed, we believe, to Russian sources. None of them turned out to be anything, but it did gum up the works here a little bit. But, Jeff, I think the takeaway story here from Georgia is despite all of that, this was a pretty smooth election.
So again, I think
those
that's a
bomb
big
threats
deal.
were
It
in
wasn't
Georgia,
just the
it's
state
in
of Georgia,
Eastern
it was
Europe.
other states as well. And you got to think, how much did that suppress people turning out? Majority Democratic precincts where this happened. Before the election, okay, and I've actually played this clip for you before, and I played this clip for you in the context of there were 70 MAGA election denying officials who are in positions of power to certify the votes in the various swing states. And the concern leading up to it is, regardless of what the outcome is, they're going to claim there's fraud and there's a problem, and we are not certifying Kamala Harris as the winner in these various swing states. So that's the context of this clip that you're about to see. But there's an interesting thing Trump kept saying on the campaign trail leading up to the election that now in retrospect, liberals are looking at this and they're going, huh.
How's it going? Good. The weather was great.
Her Vicky neighbor came and we left. And then we went on a walk with Sue and Macy and another friend of hers and her friend's dog, Britta's dog, Charlie, is a lab. And it's not brand new, but it's not old. It's really a sweet dog. And at first, Anita and Macy are like, look at that big dog. I don't know, look at her. And then about halfway down the path, they started attacking Charlie.
Oh, no.
And Charlie was like, help me, these little dogs.
Oh.
They're pretty cute. And put Christmas lights up.
Oh, good.
Oh, you'll have to get some Christmas lights and put them around your window.
Yeah, I could.
Did they put a tree down at your place, down in the kitchen area?
Not yet. But I'm sure it'll happen soon.
Yeah, maybe it could help.
Some people have done it on their doorways, put little things on the door. Yeah, maybe I'll do something.
Yeah. Yeah, get with the program.
Yeah.
How was, did you get to the clinic okay Saturday at 5 in the morning?
Yeah.
What time did you get back then?
Not till 10. But
Then you went back to bed?
no, I was up.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, I was fine. Yeah, and today it was just super nice out. Brought some garbage to the garbage can and that sort of thing.
You didn't wash your clothes yet in the washing machine?
I'm gonna do that tonight, actually.
Oh, it's getting a little late.
Yeah, I know. But if I don't get it done tonight, I'll start it in the morning.
Yeah.
I'll probably end up being up super early again. I can kind of tell the laundry schedule of everybody else because the laundry vent is right below my window. And it almost constantly punches steam out, so there's not that many. It's kind of hard for me to get in there.
Yeah.
And she was saying I could set an appointment to make sure I get in there.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So I might have to do that.
Yeah.
But I'm not out of clothes yet. But yeah, next time you come, we got to bring the dog in here.
Well, I wanted to, but what do we have to do?
Just walk in and act like we know what we're doing.
Okay, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she misses you.
Yeah. So I want to get furniture sometime soon.
Well, I have this week. I'm pretty busy with getting ready for the sale.
Okay, I won't bother you.
Saturday. I have to sell. We'll see how it goes. If I have time on Wednesday to make Wednesday, but Thursday I got to help set up. I got to get that all set up. Then I have Friday is the art walk and then the sale, and then I'll be pretty. I won't have so many things to do.
Yeah, I'll just wait.
Yeah.
You sound busy.
Well, it's crazy. Well, not only that, I've spent the last 4 days with a loose crown,
Mm-hmm.
and I called on Friday and they were closed, so I had to wait till tomorrow night. So I got to do that first thing tomorrow, and then I got music.
Okay.
So we'll see how it goes, and we'll keep in touch.
Yeah, okay. At least you don't gotta worry about me.
No, you got it together.
So it's that much easier for you.
Yeah.
Well,
But, you know, then the TV went out again. Somehow we got it hooked up. I think it's that thing that doesn't fit very good. Even though it was in, you know, and I wiggled around.
it's gotta be tight. It's gotta be in there tight.
I know, but it just doesn't go tight.
Well, you just have to use some really good tape or rubber band. If you wrap the rubber band around
Well,
it.
I did tape it. I taped it on there, but it's still, you know, all it takes is just a minuscule amount and it gets loose again. I'm not sure how to deal with that.
Well, next time I'm there, I'll deal with it.
Yeah, maybe there's a cord with an end on it we can get.
The problem is the cable people that hooked it up to the other side of the house. And then when we wanted to move it to the other side of the house, he just told me to move the wire, you know, so I had to put an extension cord on it and run it all the way underneath the house. And the only extension cord I had for HDMI or whatever it happened to be was, it had a bad end on it. One end was bad. Because it's like a 30-foot cord. It's not easy to replace, and I got to crawl under the house to do it. If I could just get the cord to stick in there and stay in there, that would be fine. And you could even glue it in there, it would be just fine.
I wondered about that.
Yeah, if you could super glue it in there, if it was in there real straight, pressed in there real straight, super glue it, that would be fine.
Or just some gummy stuff to hold it in there.
Yeah, whatever. The cat plays with it, and all it takes is one little touch.
I've never seen a cat back there playing with it.
Well,
Anyway, it's working now.
good. Well, when is Paul going to come up and bring that TV he's talking
I don't
about?
know. I called today, he didn't answer, and then I still haven't heard anything.
All right.
Are you sure you want that TV? It's gigantic. What's wrong with the one you got?
I don't have a lot of stuff on my walls, and I just want to get a TV. Sure.
Oh, did you ask him about putting one little thing up so you could hang a painting?
I can.
You can?
Yeah.
What painting do you want?
I am not sure yet.
Okay, I'll send you some pictures.
Okay.
Or maybe,
think about it.
You know, some other thing.
Yeah.
I'll think of some ideas.
Okay. Okay.
All right, well, I'm probably gonna go to bed. I'm so tired.
Oh yeah, it's pretty early to go to bed. All right.
We went on a long hike yesterday because we got lost.
Where?
Well, it was on Whitby. It wasn't lost. All the trails ended up at the parking lot eventually, but we took the wrong one, and then we overshot it and had to come back towards it.
Where are you at?
It was on Whitby Island. I can't remember. It's some guy's name, maybe somebody Whitby. It's a state park, and it was closed.
Like where?
So you could go in and park there, but we knew about this other parking lot around the back of it, and then you take a trail through meadows, and then through the woods, and you get to the beach where the park is. And there were a lot of people there. A lot of people bring their dogs there. Because it's a big meadow. There's trails all over it.
How do you get there?
You go on Highway 20 and you turn right where to get there the back way, you turn right where they have the big airplanes that are, those big jets that are, and you go back and you go past the golf course, you're like a Navy grounds. And then you keep going towards the water and it makes a turn and there's places to park there.
By the beach.
It's not a parking lot, it's just dirt. But, obviously you can park there. And there's a trail there. It goes to this.
I was working with Scott right near there. And we had to dig down in the sand for some reason, or the foundation guys did. About 4 feet down was just the biggest grub I've ever seen in my life. It was like 4 feet long, or not 4 feet, it was like 4 inches long and like 1.5 inches around. I just couldn't imagine what could come out of it. It was way deep in the sand. I was just like, ugh.
Last year, I think there was a big storm. Maybe last winter, there was a big storm, and the water came over, and over all these. It didn't cover the houses, but it went up through their yard and stuff on Whidbey Island, and that's next to the park. It's like a slim piece of land. Behind it is a big lagoon. And then there's a slim piece of land right on the beach, and then people have built these houses right on the beach. Never should have happened.
That's where we were working.
That's exactly where the park is.
They built right on top of sand, like beach sand.
Yeah, that's what I thought it sounded like. Yeah, they're right on the water, and it's not very long, maybe a half a mile. Quarter of a mile, half a mile, probably half a mile. A bunch of houses. Then it goes up, and then there's a lot of houses on the bluff up above. But this little string of houses is right on the beach. And there's nothing behind it except a big lake, a lagoon. I mean, not a big lake, but a big pond.
It's also nice.
So there's water behind him and water in front of him, and so it makes it very vulnerable. And that was all flooded last year.
Oh. But not this time.
Huh?
Not this time.
No, it didn't do it this time. Well, I'm not gonna.
Well, cool that you got out somewhere.
Well, yeah, it was something.
There was some day you were thinking of coming to Mount Vernon this week, right?
Yeah, I might come to Mount Vernon this week. I've got another little package for you. So it looks like to set it up. I gotta call the bank. It's very weird. Because, I have to keep that money in your account.
Yeah.
in the savings account.
Okay.
$100, so I never take out. Well, I looked at it, it was only $60, and I went, what the hell? And I looked it up, and it said that my account took $40 out, and I didn't do that.
Well, maybe you did it on accident.
No. I don't do that much anyway. And I wouldn't take out money that was for when there's not enough money in there. I have to go talk to the bank. I hate banks. Just put it on my list. God, there's something else I gotta do tomorrow too. I don't remember. Well, anyway. All right, well, I'll get in touch with you. Maybe I'll come Tuesday afternoon or something.
All right. Keep in touch. Have a good night.
I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Put that in perspective for you. What he's saying is True the Vote, this right-wing operation that brought us to Dinesh D'Souza's 2,000 mules, where the whole claim is Democrats rigged the 2020 election. What Greg Palast is saying is that group, True the Vote, as they scream Democrats are rigging elections, part of their operation, the bulk of their operation, is to challenge provisional ballots from majority black districts and get those votes thrown out. It's the most ironic thing of all time. As they are claiming Democrats rig election, part of their operation is to try to rig elections for Republicans. Okay, keep going.
And this is they challenged all together by election day. They challenged, as my producer Martin Sheen says, they challenged 2 million voters. This has not been reported on. The New York Times, Washington Post, some little stories about, oh yeah, there's these challenges there. If you're watching this on your, not just listening, but there is a woman in a red dress, Republican Party official, who personally challenged 32,000 people. I'm showing her a photo of a black woman, a neighbor of hers, who she challenged 32,379 voters. That's just the beginning.
It's perfectly legal, and that the way we're set up, that's perfectly legal. That one person.
It may be illegal. I mean, here's, according to the NAACP, Gerald Griggs, the president of the NAACP, is in my film. And by the way, you can download my film, or you can stream my film, Vigilantes Inc., America's New Vote Suppression Hitmen, at gregpalast.com or saveyourvote.org. So go to gregpalast.com. You can stream it for free. Thank you, Leonardo DiCaprio, who made this available for free.
I mean, it's a great movie that showcases your reporting, and there's going to be a link to it under this video and under the show as well. Yeah. So go ahead.
So that's just one way. 2 million voters were challenged. 2 million, almost all the voters.
But explain to us, Greg Palast, what happened. So they're challenged. How do they end up in a trash heap?
Well, this is what happened. Okay, first of all, you have to understand, you think, well, what the hell is this? These people aren't government officials. Who are they to challenge voters? Well, we have leftover Jim laws. Last time this mass challenge of voters occurred was 1946. 1946, that's more than a half century ago, when the Ku Klux Klan mounted a challenge of almost all the black voters.
Hey, y'all, welcome to the show. Let's get into it here. I got something a little bit different for you today. I'm going to react in real time to the media reacting to Trump's win and Kamala's loss. We got a bunch of clips here. I'm going to guess in advance that about 85% of them are going to infuriate me. Maybe there's a handful that are decent, but most of them, I bet I'm going to want to take a cheese grater to my nipples or shove my balls in a waffle iron because I'm sure everybody's learning the wrong lessons and advocating the wrong things in reaction to what happened here. So let's start with this CNN clip. Here they are reacting to Kamala's loss.
And I think there was this very powerful ad, the Republican Jewish Coalition, that was all over the airwaves. A bunch of women sitting around, Jewish women, just like, I can't stand him, but I felt like we were supporting Israel and we were stronger and we were tougher. And I think that resonates with people.
And to your point, the ad that came out that is beating Kamala up around fear about Israel not being protected. There was never a response from the campaign on that. That was a big mistake. Amanda Berman from Zionist had to raise money to run our own ads trying to fight back alone. That didn't work. So listen, you tied her to the economy, you tied her to Biden, you tied her to weird. It was not.
I agree with everything you're saying. I just didn't want to engage in the autopsy before she even before we called the race and before she dropped out. But one thing on that, the answer on I can't think of anything offhand about where she would differ with Biden was disastrous, and there's no doubt about it.
Okay, I agree with Axelrod. That answer about not knowing any area where she would break with Biden, that was horrible. Her biggest fault in this election is that she did not differentiate herself from Joe Biden, and she got punished for that. But the other stuff is mental. They're literally arguing Kamala Harris was too anti-Israel. Biden is arming and funding Israel as they committed genocide. Kamala's rhetoric was both sides' rhetoric, while saying, hey, I'm always going to make sure Israel has the right to defend themselves. I'm always going to send them weapons. Okay, guys, look at the numbers. One of the few demographic groups where Kamala didn't lose support is actually Jewish Americans. One of the demographic groups where Democrats hemorrhaged support was Arab Americans and Muslim Americans. So in other words, they got the analysis exactly backwards. Like the thing that objectively, quantitatively hurt them more is putting a middle finger up to Arab Americans and Muslim Americans all across this country, right? And by the way, I also think it's condescending to assume, like, if Kamala had said, we should stop arming this genocidal government, that then Jewish Americans would abandon her. My guess is, again, the percentage of Jewish Americans that would have voted for her, even if she stood up against the massacre in Gaza, it still would have been a good percentage. She can hold the Jewish American vote and gain the Arab American and Muslim American vote. And by the way, just most important thing, do the ethically correct thing and morally correct thing. But no, their criticism is you weren't pro-Israel enough. Look at how, this is like dead-eyed psychopath analysis, man. This is total like pundit brain garbage. The real world doesn't matter. Consequences of your actions don't matter. Rampant, wanton, aggressive violence doesn't matter. Hey, you should openly support the genocidal fascist more. That would have been more electorally viable for you, even though all the evidence is literally the exact opposite. And by the way, let's just be clear. And I hate to say it, but it's true. Even if Kamala was genuinely good on the issue of Palestine, which she wasn't, that still wouldn't have been enough for her to win the election. This wasn't a particularly close election. She got walloped, dog. So, and it sucks, but it's true. Even if her strategy was way better, it may not have been enough. It looked like this is just a backlash election. This is just a middle finger to the incumbent election, and she was tarred as the incumbent. So, God damn it. Again, the only point that's correct here is what Axelrod said about not distancing herself from Biden. If she was able to more effectively distance herself from Biden, maybe she would have performed a point and a half better. Maybe two, but even then, it's still, I don't still think it wouldn't look good for her because she got swept in the swing states. All right, let's see what else they got.
The question is what motivated it and whether she just felt she did not want to.
Loyalty.
Yes, loyalty. And so she should have just said, look, I'm grateful to him. I'm proud of many of the things we did together, and I'm not going to critique him. I'm talking about the future. Would have been a better answer.
Even that's not a good enough answer. Come on, guys. Who are we kidding? His approval rating was in the dumps. He became super unpopular, and you're tarred with what he did. I was wrong. I thought she'd be able to escape that. I thought people would look at her and say, she's a different person from Biden. She's never been at the top of the ticket, so I'm not going to blame her for everything Biden did. That's what I thought people would think, but it's just not. That's just not the case. They didn't think that. They tarred her with everything negative about Biden. So that's one. Blood pressure is officially rising. Let's see if it comes down or goes back up. Here we have MSNBC, Morning Joe, and Al Sharpton. Oh, boy. Let's see how this one goes.
And I just say really quickly, too, Democrats need to be mature, and they need to be honest. And they need to say, yes, there's misogyny. But it's not just misogyny from white men.
Mm-hmm.
It's misogyny from Hispanic men.
Right.
It's misogyny from black men, things we've all been talking about, who do not want a woman leading them. Might be race issues with Hispanics. They don't want a black woman as president of the United States. You know, the Democratic Party, I've always found when you're sitting around talking, they love to just sort of balkanize everybody into these separate groups and say, oh, white people don't like women and black people. No, it is time for the Democrats to say, okay, and you and I talked about this before, a lot of Hispanic voters have problems with black candidates.
Right.
A lot
and
of
with other Hispanics,
and
that
exactly.
don't like each other. And,
Right.
and some of the most misogynist things I've heard going on in the Get Out the Shore came from black men. I mean, misogynist things. So you're absolutely right. It's not simplistic. And we've got to have real honest conversations about it.
Real honest conversation.
Oh. All right, look, was gender a potential factor in this election? Yeah, I think it's fair to say it's a potential factor. Do we have data to back that up? No, not necessarily. It's kind of a hard thing to test for. But is it possible to factor? Yeah. I mean, look, in 2016, a lot of people were saying, oh, it's because Hillary's a woman that she lost. And I was on the front line saying that is absolutely not true. She was just a really, really bad candidate, right? But Kamala did run a better campaign than Hillary did in 2016, and Trump ran a worse campaign than he did in 2016, and Trump won and Kamala lost. So is it okay to have that conversation? Yes, it is. But is it a helpful thing to talk about right now? But
Today's video, Prime Minister Trudeau runs to Mar-a-Lago and begs for mercy. Also, Dana White calls out America's two biggest failures, the media and politicians.
That traditional media, that two most hated people in this world right now are the media and the politicians.
And after Kamala's campaign spent billions of dollars, James Carville wants answers.
That's $2.5 freaking billion. Do you have any idea where the money went? I mean, I have some places I started looking.
So President-elect Trump's tariff threats are clearly working because now you have the Prime Minister of Canada running to Mar-a-Lago on Friday, begging for mercy.
We're waiting to learn details of incoming President Donald Trump's meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. They dined at Mar-a-Lago last night.
And they were there with members of their inner circle. CNN's Elena Treen with the latest this morning. Well, Victor and MJ, President-elect Donald Trump hosted Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau at Mar-a-Lago for dinner on Friday evening. And really, this is a very important moment, really a flashpoint of sorts in their relationship. It came just days after Donald Trump had issued that threat to impose massive tariffs on both Canada as well as Mexico if the countries did not do enough to crack down on drugs and migrants coming over both the northern and southern borders, respectively. Now, we actually did hear Justin Trudeau address that threat Friday morning, hours before he flew to Florida to meet with Donald Trump. And he said that if Donald Trump were to carry out that threat, that he would be hurting Americans and American businesses.
So can we just tell the truth here, right? Trudeau's urgent visit to Mar-a-Lago only says one thing, that there's true weight to when Trump is speaking about tariffs, that people are going to respond. And obviously Canada is scared because they know if he implements these tariffs, it will actually hurt the country. And by the way, Canada is already hurting. So this is just extra right on top of the damage Justin Trudeau has already done to that country, which his time is already running out, if you guys haven't noticed. Okay, so here's his actual post on Truth Social, that is President-elect Trump. I just had a very productive meeting with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada, where we discussed many important topics that will require both countries to work together to address, like the fentanyl and drug crisis that has decimated so many lives as a result of illegal immigration, fair trade deals that do not jeopardize American workers, and the massive trade deficit the U.S. has with Canada. I made it very clear that the United States will no longer sit idly by as our citizens become victims to the scourge of this drug epidemic caused mainly by the drug cartels and fentanyl pouring in from China. Too much death and hardship. Prime Minister Trudeau has made a commitment to work with us to end this terrible devastation of U.S. families. We also spoke about many other important topics like energy, trade, and the Arctic. All are vital issues that I will be addressing on my first days back in office and before. Now, right after that meeting, they did catch Justin Trudeau leaving, and here's what he had to say about it.
It was a conversation.
Are you talking about your energy with Donald Trump?
Now, there are really only two talking points if you're listening to the media about Trump's terrorist threats. Number one is the liberals who believe that this is not going to work. It will damage America. And it's all fear-based, right? It's all negative. There's nothing positive about any of this that Trump is doing. And then you have conservatives who are pointing out the common sense approach and how using tariffs can ultimately get us to where we want to go. And one person who laid it out very nicely is Michael Singleton on CNN. Let's listen to that.
Michael, what's the strategy for Republicans when it comes to defending these tariffs if they come in, if the prices go up?
Jim, I think the president-elect is going to utilize this as a negotiating tactic. You look at what's happened with Canada and Justin Trudeau. He stated a couple of days ago that he had the opportunity to speak with Trump. They had a great conversation. They're going to figure out a way to meet in the middle somehow. The president of the European Union stated that they're considering switching gas supply from Russia to the U.S. to avoid tariffs. And I would imagine after Trump's conversation with the president of Mexico, the newly elected president of Mexico is also likely to figure out a way to work with the U.S., particularly on the immigration front, to avoid Trump's tariffs. I suspect that many of our allies will figure out ways to work with the United States and sort of deliver what the president-elect is asking for.
But depending on who you're listening to, like the legacy media, for example, or people who have Trump derangement syndrome, usually people on the left, or people who really are all about the establishment, they're going to, every step of the way, continue to try to scare Americans when it comes to Trump threatening other countries with tariffs. That doesn't mean he's actually going to impose them. That's a whole other conversation. It hasn't happened because he hasn't even taken office yet. But secondly, can you use the threat of tariffs to get the agenda done that we need to get done? Yes, you can. Now, let's be honest here. Justin Trudeau scrambled over to Mar-a-Lago to try to negotiate with Trump because he's running out of time himself as Prime Minister of Canada. Now, one person who doesn't have a problem negotiating is Dana White, because he's really great at telling people exactly what they're thinking. And in this next video, you're going to see that it's going viral. He tears into the politicians and particularly legacy media, declaring that they are dead.
Just in general, like, why do you think your fighters kind of relate well to Trump? Because like back to back, it was Poe, then Chandler, then John. Like, why do you think they relate so well to the president?
Well, if you saw the election, the entire country relates with Trump right now. When all the swing states, the only states she won were the ones that you didn't need ID to vote in. It would have been interesting if you needed ID, how that would have played out too. I think that the whole country, it feels like somebody hit the reset button. Everything feels, and however this election went, everybody was hoping it was a blowout either way, so there would be no more bullshit. And what I think is, I think everybody's tired of the bullshit, man. We're all tired. We all just want to live our lives and run our businesses and raise our families and do all that shit. And hopefully this stuff will all simmer down in the next 4 years.
Okay, so let's just take a moment really quick here. If you guys are getting value from this video, please like, share, and subscribe to our channel. If you want to support us further, go to the link in the description below, shop the merch store, or buy us a cup of coffee. Dana White is the man. I mean, he's very clear at communicating exactly the way that he thinks and how he feels. And I do believe that a lot of people did relate with Trump in their own different ways, even people who actually don't like him. They relate with his policies at a minimum. But what's more important is where everything is headed at this point when you're talking about how the legacy media really didn't have an influence on the election. The election was actually won on the internet, and here he is making that point.
Oh, that's not because like when you had the speech when he got elected, you think like Butts with the Boys, like all the podcasters. So it seems like a lot of young men like relate well to Trump. So it's like just like how the fighters kind of relate to tonight.
So I've had this philosophy for the last 5 years that traditional media is dead, and it doesn't hold the influence that it used to hold. The two most hated people in this world right now are the media and the politicians. Nobody trusts them, and nobody believes them. And the true influence right now is with these kids that are on the internet, and they're called influencers. So I've been creating relationships with these people over the last, like I said, 4 or 5 years. And this election was won on the internet.
And that's why the Democratic Party is going to be struggling for quite some time, because they're already looking at the point of the election being won on the internet in the wrong way. They're thinking they need to go create a Joe Rogan. You don't create a Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan was actually on the left. And of course, we had a video talking about that. But the point is that they pushed him away.
I'm sure that they're scrambling to try to create their own version of this show.
This is one thing that keeps coming up. Like we need our own Joe Rogan. Right. But they had me.
Well, number one, they had you. Number one, they had you.
So them running to Blue Cries and thinking that that's going to help them build an influence online, they are sadly mistaken. It just isn't going to work that way. This happened through organic means. All right, now let me share something with you guys. I believe in having a substantial percentage of my financial future secured with gold and silver. That's why I decided to partner with today's sponsor, Colonial Metal Groups. They've helped me set up a safe and secure self-directed IRA where I can have access to my assets, no matter what the stock market is doing, and for that matter, no matter what the government is doing. Go to freegoldguide.com/Sabori for your Colonial Metal Group's retirement protection kit, created specifically for people like you. That is freegoldguide.com/Sabori, or call 1-800-757-5158. That is 1-800-757-5158. Qualified applicants can receive up to $7,500 in additional silver to their account. Call now. Now, since I brought up Blue Cries, let's hear from their COO on why they believe it's better than X.
Well, I just heard you guys talk about what the responsibility is to women. And I think, first of all, there's so many women on social media platforms, and most of these platforms are run by men. Blue Sky is run by two women, me as the COO, and Jay Graber, who's the CEO. And I think fundamentally, one of the biggest differences is we've just put safety as a priority.
Yeah, so let me just correct something for her. Clearly, Blue Skies is all about the woke nonsense that clearly majority of America has rejected. Yes, you're going to continue to see progressives and ultra liberals, Hollywood elites flock to Blue Cries because that is an echo chamber, okay? Nobody is allowed over there to obviously argue an opinion, right? If I go on there right now and I post the words, there are only two genders, they will block that post immediately and ban my account. So they're not looking to hear a difference of opinion over there, all in the name of safety. And it would be really interesting to hear what Dana White has to say about that platform, but that's a whole thing for another day, right? Now, Dana White wasn't the only person to really tell the brutal truth about what happened. James Carville, a Democratic strategist, is still on the warpath, and he's ripping into the Democratic Party and Kamala Harris. Listen to him lose it over the billions of dollars that were burned during the campaign.
The resistance is going to have trouble raising money. These fundraisers are burnt. They're really pissed now. And the damage that the 2024 campaign has done, the damage that this decade has done to the Democratic brand is almost unfathomable. Almost unfathomable. But I would say the policy number one is we're going to audit everything. We're going to audit the campaign. We're going to audit Future Forward. We're going to audit the DNC. So people can know. But I'm telling you, without complete transparency, the campaign, we think, raised $1.5 billion. Okay, we know that Future Forward, the last we saw was 900 million, so we can assume that they got to $1 billion before election. That's $2.5 billion. Do you have any idea where the money went? Does anybody have any idea where that money went? I mean, I have some places I started looking. All right, and it's all, Albert, I promise you this, the amount of money and the amount of lobbyists that were involved in this campaign is staggering.
And that just describes the demise of the party because they refuse to be accountable. They refuse to take any responsibility. And in fact, more people were in it for the money than they were for actually winning an election, if you think about it. And that's why they allowed such a terrible candidate to be put up, obviously. And I'm sure if it's different people running the party in the future, they're not going to do that again. But if it's the same people, they're just going to repeat the same mistakes. But here's John Morgan, who is a huge Democratic donor, and he had some harsh words for Kamala Harris in the party. Watch.
You know, she thinks she's Obama. She goes to Hawaii because Obama goes to Hawaii. She started talking like Obama, imitating Obama. She is not Barack Obama. She has no talent. She can never run for president again. She ran once and got 0 delegates. She got 8% of California. I begged them not to put her up. She was going to be tethered to Biden no matter what. That was a zero-sum game for her. but she thought that all these votes were for her. They were not. The votes that she got were people voting against Trump. And the votes that Trump got were the people voting for Trump. What the Harris campaign should have done, instead of avoiding Joe Rogan and podcasts, it turns out that Barron Trump, who looks like a runway model, was telling his father, you need to go on podcasts, you need to go on Joe Rogan. You know, he was 3 hours late to a rally because he was doing Joe Rogan because that was so important. So Barron Trump is a lot smarter than everybody in the Harris. They said they didn't go on Joe Rogan, the progressives around her. You heard what Carson said. The progressives didn't want to go on Joe Rogan. Look, if I'm running, I'm going on Joe Rogan, I'm living on Fox. That's how you change minds.
Now, let's just pause for a second. I mean, that is such an insightful thing to know. The votes that she was getting was not because people actually liked her. It was because they hated Trump. And I had said that so many times where his support is a mile deep. Hers is like 12 inches deep, right? So I'm not surprised there. And the fact that Barron Trump was the one that told his father to do these podcasts and they followed through just shows how adaptable Trump really is and what he's willing to do in order to win. I don't believe Kamala Harris has that mindset. I don't think she was willing to do whatever it takes to truly win this election, which is why they were playing hide and seek with her for a long time, right?
They played hide the ball. They lost badly. She should go away and never, ever come back. She spent almost $2 billion. They're raising money this week to pay off the debt. If you can't run your campaign, you damn sure can't run the country.
I agree. She should go away, never come back again. I know you guys have probably heard of those stupid polls already coming out talking about she's the front runner for 2028. No, she's not. Let's just stop it right now. And secondly, if you can't run your campaign, you can't run the country. That is so dead on, right? But listen, $2.5 billion is a lot of money. So the real question is who got rich off that, right? So auditing the campaign would definitely be essential just for accountability reasons. Of course, it's not going to happen because, you know, the Democratic Party, they're allergic to accountability, which is why they're not on X. They're now flocking to blue cries, as we stated earlier in this video. And that's why they are crying all day long about Trump's tariff threats, which we also talked about in this video, because they always want to deflect from their own mess and focus on somebody else. Okay, so let's hear your opinion in the comment section below. Now, let's talk about Joe Rogan for a second, who fired back at The View, who was claiming that he believed in dragons, and his response was epic. So if you guys want to check out that video and more stories from yesterday, all you have to do is click on it because it's coming up right now. Video, Joe Rogan claps back at The View.
You're worried about losing your job. It's just frantic, bro.
Race hustler Angela Rye breaks down in tears.
Honestly, with myself, because I spent so much time like the half of the country that I despise.
And Hollywood actress Jennifer Lewis explodes over the election loss.
And black men, that was just shocking. You're gonna be in charge of the military. We have
Now, do you recall when Joy Behar from The View accused Joe Rogan of believing in dragons?
Joe Rogan, who believes in dragons. I checked it. He believes in dragons. He believes in dragons. Did you triple check that? Yes, I did.
Well, he finally clapped back, and it turns out the only fairy tale here is The View's version of the truth. Watch.
Dragon lovers is in the radio. Joy Behar was trying to say that I believe in dragons.
Wait, what is this? I just
She
heard
said
about
I
it.
checked it. I checked it. And then the lady goes, "Did you double check it?" She goes, "I checked it. He believes in dragons."
Should be like
They live
Sasquatch,
alongside the
bitch.
people.
Wait,
This was from a wildlife biologist who came on my podcast. This was Forrest Gallant.
You're taking Joey Behar, whatever her name is, as like a news source.
Did you have no. This is
I
the
don't
most
know.
important part.
I don't know.
Hey, this is the most important part. This was right after she was saying, we are run by ABC News. You should trust us, not Joe Rogan, who believes in dragons. So she by saying we should trust them because they're double checked by ABC News, and then making the stupidest fucking statement. Like you didn't listen to what I said.
Yeah.
You didn't listen to what the wildlife policy, and that's only a part of what he said.
I can't believe
The other
Joey
part of what he
Behar
said
didn't
was
wait.
there was something before that where he was explaining encounters with giant reptiles. And there's also, listen,
It doesn't make sense to me that a middle-aged woman could be dumb.
when you're worried about losing your job and
Yeah.
you're worried about podcasts taking over and who's the source of news, and we said Donald Trump was Hitler, but half the country disagreed with us and he won, and this is fucking great, and Joe Rogan believes in dragons. It's just frantic.
Joe Rogan, who believes in dragons. I checked it. He believes in dragons. He believes in dragons. Yes, I did.
This is why conservatives have been so critical of these legacy media companies talking about fact checking, right? She claimed that she triple sourced the idea that he believed in dragons, but when we all listened to it, which I already had a video on this a while back, he never said that he believed in dragons. So which is it, right? And so will she come back on the show and tell people, hey, you know what? I misspoke on that. I was wrong. I did not actually triple check it. Of course she's not, because she's going to hide behind ABC, because ABC, they're not going to admit that she was wrong. The only time they're going to step in is when they have to get them to read a legal disclaimer live on the air because they've crossed too many lines, right? And that's why it's very important to know where you're getting your information from. That's why we've seen a mass exodus with legacy media and left-leaning influencers, because they lied to their audience. And that's why you have people like Angela Rye breaking down in tears because they can't understand how Kamala Harris lost this election.
I'm very emotional. I think that I feel the obligation. I feel frustrated, honestly, with myself, because I spent so much time over the last couple weeks just focusing on the half that I hate right now, like the half of the country that I despise. And I'm frustrated about that because you don't get understanding through frustration and hate. And I think that what I feel guilty about is knowing that there's an obligation to a whole other half, of the country, and feeling like there has to be a conversation, a come to Jesus, as they say, with so many people, because we are really not on the same page.
Okay, so before I even respond to that mess, please do us a favor. If you get value from this video, like, share, and subscribe to our channel. If you want to support us further, go to the link in the description below, shop the merch store, or buy us a cup of coffee. So when she's talking about, well, I don't even know where to start. I don't know how to get the information. I don't know how to find the answers. Well, step number one, Angela, is you got to get the hate out of your heart. I don't hate Joe Biden. I don't hate Kamala Harris. I don't hate you. I don't hate anybody, because that is poison. Now, I don't agree with your policies. I don't agree with Joe Biden. I don't agree with Kamala Harris. In fact, if she was elected, I'd be saying this is bad for our country. But I would never go to the level of hate. That's your problem. And matter of fact, that's the people on the left. That's their problem too. The lens that they see the world through when it comes to a Trump administration is hate. So until you address that, you're not going to find any answers.
And I am at a loss at this point for how to get there. And so I think you guys know I'm fiercely competitive over all kinds of ridiculous things. But what I really don't like to do is, I don't mind saying I don't know. I don't mind admitting I don't know. I hate not knowing for an extended period of time and feeling like the overwhelm of I don't know where to turn to find the answer, right? Like, I don't even know if at this point.
Cupcake vineyards grow their grapes in the finest wine regions on earth, like Marlborough, New Zealand, where they craft their Sauvignon Blanc.
It's called Cupcake. That's got to be the silliest one.
Cupcake. Serious wine on serious name.
about their reasons for voting for the other side, or if they'll be honest about who they really voted for, because they probably know us or have seen us and we feel comfortable telling us the truth. So where do you go to solve an I don't know when you're not even confident that people will be honest with you?
She can't find the answer because she already assumes that the answer that people will give her is not the real answer. She's also assuming that people are lying right now to her about why they voted for Trump, when that's not actually the reality. Reality is people voted for him for economic reasons. So Angela's not really looking for answers, not yet. She's not ready for the answers because she can't accept the truth. What did he say? You can't handle the truth, right? That's her problem. Now, the other person who can't accept the truth is Senator Sherrod Brown out of Ohio, who just lost his election to Bernie Moreno, which was one of the seats that flipped towards the Republicans and why the Republicans have a Senate majority. Now, let's hear his reasoning on why he lost his election. Watch.
In this case, they spent $40 million on 8 different ads on that issue.
On transgenders.
Yeah, they were talking about how to make Ohio a better state. They're not doing their job on education. They're not doing their job on healthcare. They're not doing their job on creating jobs.
But they're winning elections. Are they successful?
Well, they're winning elections in part because they've rigged the system. They made it harder to vote. They've changed ballot language in a draconian, in a dramatic way with the last election. They did that with abortion rights. It didn't work in that case.
Yes, they spent all this money against you guys. One, are you out of touch on those issues? 2, should you guys have done a better job in pushing back?
I'm not out of touch with those issues. I go home, I hear people all the time. I know how they focus group and they lie. I mean, how do you call me out of touch when they lie about an issue?
I mean, I guess it's been an effective campaign tactic. Do you think it was?
Yeah, so if you want to be so cynical as a reporter that, oh, it worked, we applaud them, so they're so smart.
I'm just saying that if it works, it works, right?
Well, yeah, but your job as someone who is a fair player in this, and I think you are, I've known you a long time, is rather than commenting on it works, comment on they lied. And that's not a fair way to play.
Okay, so essentially he's claiming that the election was rigged because Republicans got away with misinformation. And you guys know, every time I do these videos, that seems to be the recurring theme. Misinformation is the excuse. Now, the irony is so interesting because Democrats have spent years accusing Republicans of undermining trust in our elections. And now that they do it, it's okay. Now, listen, let's just exercise some common sense here. He did not represent the policies that America wanted. That's why he lost his election. It's that simple. And accusing the GOP of lying without any evidence is obviously reeking of desperation and showing that he's a sore loser. So this isn't about the election integrity. It's about Democrats refusing to accept accountability for losing touch with American people. Now, someone who's always been out of touch is Rosie O'Donnell. And yes, she had a few choice words recently that led to her latest meltdown. Check this out.
You got to get ready for what's coming. But trying to stay on the happy side of life and not, obsess on that either. But it's hard to avoid it when it's so blatantly obvious when you look at the parallels that we have been here before as a world. When democracy falls, fascism takes its place, right? Capitalism. And it's come. And people, I think, are in for a shock.
Now, I showed you that clip because, guys, I mean, you're going to have people you're working with, maybe even some of your family members, who is Rosie O'Donnell mentally. And that's how they're handling this past election. And they shouldn't be, really. They should be able to exercise emotional intelligence. They should have a stronger mindset around this stuff. This isn't a democracy. This is a republic. So the democracy hasn't fallen. Fascism hasn't really taken its place. So that's a false claim there. In fact, if we want to go down the road of fascism, you can argue that the current administration, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and people like that, they've actually exercised some fascist traits against the American people. And again, that's why they lost this election. But nobody wants to accept that truth. They just want to blame. And probably the people at the top of the list who refuse to take any responsibility but spend 99% of their time blaming other people are Hollywood actors, Hollywood actresses. And the latest here, Jennifer Lewis, who's an African-American, has a sit down with Stephen A. Smith. And let's just say she explodes and she blames black men.
Let me ask you this. What about what they've said in terms of black, particularly black men and Latinos, supported him more than they have in the past? Why do you think that is? And what do you have to say to black men and Latinos who were not in favor of supporting Kamala Harris?
Oh, honey. Oh, honey. When your favorite niece and your 13-year-old daughter is raped by your alcoholic brother or the next door neighbor, and she tries to abort that baby inside of her from a rape, you're going to regret that. They want to keep women in their place. It's so disgusting. I can't even put words to them voting for her. They didn't vote for her, didn't vote because she was a woman.
Okay, let's just pause it right here. I know Stephen A. Smith does not believe. I mean, come on. I mean, Jennifer Lewis is extreme. She's like Angela Rye earlier in this video. I mean, they are like on the fringes with their beliefs. They're very progressive, and they see everything through the white man and black people. That's how they see it. Race hustlers. Obviously, she's not saying anything that's really credible because it's not backed up with any data points. There's no numbers to truly support those claims. Latino men actually probably made one of the biggest differences here. Suburban white women also made a big difference here. But you know who actually made the big difference? Is the Democratic Party failed to communicate their message and they put up a terrible candidate. But wait a minute, it's because black men could not vote for a woman. That's really what it came down to in her mind.
They didn't care that she was smart and powerful, educated, beautiful, kind, joyful, fearless. She would have taken care of this country. She would have protected the people. She would have surrounded herself with great minds. But keeping women in their place was more important to them. And black men, that was just shocking because, honey, he's going to give the military and the police permission to shoot you in your back and there will be no immunity. So, baby, y'all done fucked up. You took every right from your children. Once again, there will be no social security and pensions and rights. This thing has said you will never have to vote again. He's going to be in charge of the military. We have fucked up.
Do you see this? Yeah, we do see this. You won't believe it. You won't believe it.
My only message to Jennifer Lewis would be, number one, blaming black men is not going to be the solution to whatever problems you have going on in your mind. In fact, it would just make everything worse. You're not going to get anywhere. Number two, the problem with people like Jennifer is they can't reconcile that sometimes there are people who are just not good enough for what they're asking for, right? I mean, that's just what it is. It has nothing to do with your skin color, your gender. You're just not good enough yet. Maybe 10 years down the road, maybe Kamala Harris will be a more formidable candidate, but she's not today. And one of the reasons why I know I could end this argument for Jennifer is just, hey, who would you have voted for? Michelle Obama, Condoleezza Rice, or Kamala Harris? I'm sure you would have taken Michelle Obama and Condoleezza Rice over Kamala Harris. I'm sure you would have. And then, of course, we have one more meltdown to show you. Here's what liberal women think of MAGA women.
MAGA women who voted for Trump, they did so because they have no way of taking care of themselves and they have to rely on a man. So when they see women who are financially independent, I think there's like a little bit of jealousy there. And they want us to feel the same imprisonment that they feel because they have to rely on a man. I said what I said. I say it with my chest. Bye.
Yes, I'm so happy you said it with your chest. Now, let me say this with my brains, right? Number one, just because a woman stays at home and takes care of the kids does not make her less than you, just because you claim to be independent and you don't need a man. In fact, it actually, I would argue, makes her stronger emotionally, spiritually, and even physically, because she's taking care of multiple kids. And to do that, I would argue, is the hardest job in the entire world. And secondly, clearly, you've had some of that feminism Kool-Aid that really is not serving women in today's world. Pretty much what you guys have done is you sold out family values, you sold out true happiness and purpose for money. And we know that she believes she doesn't need a man. So I'm going to go ahead and call it right here. She'll probably die alone. Okay. No man wants to marry a woman who believes she doesn't need him. Men know that we need women, and until a woman understands she needs a man, she's not going to get along with one. That's just the bottom line. All right, so let's hear from you guys in the comment section below. What do you think about Joe Rogan finally firing back at The View? Also, what do you guys think about the meltdowns that I showed you repeatedly? You got Angela Rye crying. You got Jennifer Lewis, going sister soldier. You have Senator or former Senator Sherrod Brown here shortly, who lost to Bernie Moreno, claiming that, it's election fraud. It's due to Republicans pushing misinformation. Oh, God. Please share your comments and everything in the comment section below. Now, this video was all about the meltdowns from these liberals. But what about the meltdown that continues to take place on legacy media channels like CNN and MSNBC? Well, the new meltdown is CNN claiming that Elon Musk is selling secrets to Putin. Yeah, where did they get that from? With zero evidence, by the way. And we did react to that video. And if you want to take a look at it, all you have to do is click on it because it's coming up right now.
What does it take to feed and fuel the world? To integrate a global ag and energy supply chain, serving farmers, advanced What does it take to build communities? Powering rural economies, powering agriculture. It takes the nation's leading farmer-owned cooperative. It takes a co-op. It takes
got my stuff in the house to take care of.
Be ready to record indefinitely. This like the local co-op. Select your phone 2-channel wireless microphone range with equal connectivity designed to never miss a moment.
What we did tonight was unprecedented. We watched a Glenn Danzig film, and then we said, you know what we need to do to save the union? Watch another Glenn Danzig film.
This movie's so bad, we need to watch a different bad Glenn Danzig film. It's slightly better.
In answer to the question, is Glenn Danzig better than Rob Zombie at anything? And the answer is, surprisingly, is no.
I don't know nothing. That is the last name you're going to hear. Oh my God. Well, if he's a vampire, also get out of the way now. Wait a minute. Change to this watch one.
Yeah, we put them there.
sucker beginning. You're like,
I know.
it's only gonna be
Only
one
one
movie
movie.
tell me the worst, and I gave you an A. Tom. I gave you an
I know. Yes. Tim is a hard out, and it's about 5 minutes enough. Hey, who can't skip a funeral, right? But listen,
A.
though.
It is only a friend's grandma.
Yeah, so here's the thing. We've waited years, literally years, for the follow-up to Veronica,
Yes.
Glenn Danzig's hit film that we've enjoyed.
Who is it? I'm in here. I didn't call maintenance today.
Not covered on Best of the Worst, but we extensively and thoroughly covered it on a Half in the Bag episode.
So finally the day arrived where the vampire legend continues. What is this called?
In the House of
Okay, yeah,
Vampires.
Death Rider in the House of Vampires came out. Finally.
It was in theaters like 2 years ago.
Right.
And then it just, when's it going to come out?
Yeah.
When can we watch it?
So
We're
let's-
very excited because we love Veronica.
Yes, exactly. So we just went in blindly thinking that Death Rider in the House of Vampires would make for a great spotlight episode based on the pedigree of Glenn Danzig's films, Veronica.
Yes.
Film, Veronica. And we went in and, oh boy. But then we discovered that Rich and Tim had both never seen Veronica. So we said, let's show them a better Glenn Danzig film.
I should have lied.
My face? What do you want with my face?
Well, we should say this won't be a thorough discussion of both of these films because we covered Veronica pretty extensively on Half in the Bag. But for your guys' sake, as a compare and contrast.
And they're welcome to give their thoughts about Veronica.
Oh, sure. They're both horrible. But Veronica is just more interesting.
Let's go.
Damage the door. Now be careful.
No, that's not scoring. Already.
And quicker paced.
Yes.
I mean, it's like you shave off. Oh, well, towards the end, you can see the inspiration. Where there's many things.
It's like when you watch Return of the Jedi and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, I know where the future of Star Wars is
Yeah.
going. Yeah.
So it was neat to see like something that's just like, this is the sequel. So it's like, oh, it's got to be a step up. I don't think so.
What is it? Taking me? I ain't done nothing wrong. Shut your mouth and keep walking.
But slower.
Yeah, what is the George Lucas? Faster, more intense?
Faster, louder, more intense.
Yeah, this is the opposite.
Slower, quieter.
Slower, quieter.
Keep them guessing.
I think the most interesting thing about Death Rider is it's made by a man who is known primarily for his music, and he has made a movie that features almost no music.
Yes.
Yes.
They're dancing to nothing.
That's the death of Death Rider is the lack of music, the lack of proper sound mixing, the lack of ambience. It just kills anything that this movie could potentially have going for it.
I'm curious to dig through the credits, right? Because Glenn Danzig is the credited editor of Death Rider, right?
Yes, he's not the editor of Veronica.
Yes.
And Veronica is so much. It was funny because we watched Death Rider first, and then we watched Veronica. And the opening scene of Veronica is with our hosts, our Crypt Keeper-esque hosts, and she stabs someone's eyes out, and the woman says, "Ow, my eyes!" And that scene lasts 2 minutes. And if Danzig had edited it, that scene would have gone on for 15 minutes.
Well, the thing I was trying to get to was that in the bigger picture of movies. You have an editor, you have multiple editors, but then you also have sound mixers and sound Foley artists and final mixers and like probably 40 or 50 people that are involved in the production of editing.
For example, Star Wars needs Ben Burt.
Oh, sure. Yes, you need a sound effects editor. You need a, So I think Death Rider was just Glenn Danzig on his iPad on the toilet.
Yeah.
Ironically, he's a musician who's probably, I'm going to guess, probably been in the studio and understands sound mixing, right? This wasn't made by Helen Keller. It was made by a guy
Are you sure?
who's probably...
Can you confirm this?
I cannot. But it was made by a guy who may or may not have been in a sound studio, who understands mixing and levels and tracks. And then the ultimate irony is he's just a picture guy because the whole movie is visuals and he thinks nothing of sound. I don't know who said the quote, but 80% of a movie is sound, right? Sure. I don't know. That's a quote by someone, but it's true. The picture is
ironically, it's a quote by Glenn Danzig.
The picture's pretty important, but the sound is more important.
Yes,
And this movie could really use a second, third, fourth, fifth, eighth, 100th, 2000 pass of audio mixing sound levels, especially like the saloon.
It's just like a bar, like a brothel, because it's really quiet.
It's like usually they have music, but
it's there.
There is music, but it's
like inaudible.
This is like
You need that.
Yeah.
And like tons of bar ambience and
Drinking sounds.
And action.
Why is he so averse to sound?
He must be deaf.
It's almost like it was in the wrong channel.
Yeah.
Like it's just like it was supposed to be on both left and right, but you only got the left, but that is all the rhythm guitar. So you never hear it. It's just like
the interesting part from Veronica to this is the quality of the production. The visuals, I mean, there's some kind of crappy lighting, but overall, it's better visually.
Now, by a lot of work in the sound department, do you mean any work in the sound department?
what do you mean you were waiting for me to call you? You were supposed to have this done yesterday.
We released it. There's no sound in it.
Mr. Danzig, I'm going to start work on sound mixing tomorrow. Oh, the Blu-ray's already out.
I thought I heard music.
Did you check the copy before?
And that was Ben Bird on the phone. He's like, I'm ready to go. Oh.
Vampire Cowboys. Yes, that's right.
Oh my God, look at that.
Okay. So she's a victim, clearly unaware of vampire.
Yeah, all the horrors they brought in are just there to be eaten.
Okay.
That girl doesn't care though. Is she a
Movies
vampire?
supposed to be entertaining?
Movies?
Yeah.
Movies are not supposed to be entertaining.
Is that Fred Armisen?
Yeah, it is.
What?
I saw his name in the credits.
You just thought it would be funny
Appearances.
appearances.
That's Glenn Danzig movie. He saw Veronica and thought it was funny. And like, sure, I'll be in your movie.
It's not where the blood is.
Yeah. He doesn't want to get any of it.
But you have baseless accusations.
Based on speculation that did he make this for like his deaf nephew?
We're gonna make everybody more sympathetic to the deaf nephew.
Is it a typo? Is it Death Rider?
That's a good one. Yeah.
Like when the deaf nephew's like, I can't hear anything. It's like, neither can we. It's like, see?
Yeah. What a brilliant film, Mr. Danzig. Uncle Danzig.
You finally made us more sympathetic to the plight of the deaf.
So Death Rider starts at Vasquez Rocks, as all great movies do.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, it's a great location.
It is a great location.
Oh, okay, yeah, we're starting right off with it.
Hey, they're at Vasquez Rocks.
Hey, did they have breast implants in the 1800s?
They never would. That's why they don't follow it much. Well, there's very little movement.
Breast implants and like shiny pants. That's not arrow appropriate.
Richard and I went. You haven't.
How many times?
Once.
I mean, if we count each of us as a separate incident twice.
Right.
Oh, twice between the two of us.
Remember when they didn't have the portage on there and you had to go potty? And he went up to the top of the.
Did you poop on the rocks?
He did.
That is not what happened at all.
He tried to poop. There was a chicken KFC chicken bucket in the garbage can, and he tried to poop in it, but he missed, and it went rolling down the rocks.
Oh my god! We did.
The dust lets it gain momentum.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, it was a shake and bake. By the end, they rolled through the dirt.
Oh, look at this rock! No!
They just turned into like tumbleweeds, and they just kept going. They went all the way to the San Fernando Valley.
Is that where tumbleweeds come from?
Yeah. They get a good start on the Vasquez Rocks.
We did, however, really, literally, we spent like 2 hours walking around looking for the filming location of the Kirk and Gorn fight, and then we're about to leave, and we realized, oh,
it's right there.
It's the parking lot.
Yeah, that's that big part that shoots
Right,
up.
right.
Right?
Yeah.
That's right in the parking lot?
Yeah.
That's where the parking lot. You turn around, and that's where it's at.
But the actual spot where they, we're staging the fight is currently the parking lot.
Okay.
I think there was a tree there at one point. Whether or not it was, a prop or actually a tree, and then they paved it over at some point. But that's enough about Vasquez Rocks.
Well, the point is that for Glenn Danzig, that's enough. We have this location, and we have horses. Look.
Hey, well, they brought out some props to the desert.
Was he the cinematographer too?
Day for night, day for night.
No.
Well, you gotta shoot day for night, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see her shiny ass.
Did she just fall asleep?
But yeah,
She can't sit
Is
up anymore?
Or did he drag
Get
her?
that ass.
Why is she sitting like that?
You see how heavy her fucking breasts are?
That's a step up from Veronica. It's like, now there's on horses, not just people.
Hey, Veronica had, they had eyes. Veronica had.
There was much more nudity in Veronica.
There was. Well, that's what's funny is like this starts
Not off the bat.
Yeah, we start with our mysterious horse rider, and he has another woman on a woman on another horse, and it's just like modern blonde lady with giant fake boobs. And I don't know if she got bored or what, but she's like bending over, she's like sleeping on the horse half the time.
I think he saw too many spaghetti westerns and just thought like he was making a Clint Eastwood movie where it's just like the man with no names riding on the horse and just wait. And,
you know what those movies have? Great score.
Yes. You can't do it silently, but
well, that's the weirdest thing. Like he has a confrontation with Danny Trejo, who's in the movie for 2 seconds. But they have this confrontation, and that's the whole like opening. It's like, oh, this is a mysterious Western man. He's gonna be top swimming on a horse. What's going on? And then he traps Danny Trejo. Everyone's a vampire in the movie. He ties him to the ground, I guess, to let him die in the daylight. And then we cut to opening credits, which is where you have your awesome theme.
This is where the cool music kicks in. But it's not happening.
yeah.
Is this supposed to be a joke? No. Too plain?
Glenn Danzig
Girl
thinks
on
this
a
is
horse.
clever.
Yeah. Cassidy, Bella,
Latino?
Latino, like the Latino is Latino. This doesn't feel real.
Where's the music?
Seriously, this is so weird. Seriously,
Yeah, this needs music.
it's like they forgot. They just forgot.
Devon Sawa plays the titular Death Rider.
Yes.
And I think he's wearing the, mask, like the bandit mask in the beginning to hide the fact that he is a vampire. So you're supposed to believe that he is some kind of guy who's out scooping up boobed ladies on horses, bringing them somewhere, and he's confronted by a vampire. And then he outsmarts him, and we reveal he's a vampire when he runs up fast. But then I think I said during the screening, like, that's when you heard the mysterious music, and then and then Danny Trejo gets betrayed or attacked by Devon Sawa, and then the sun comes up.
I'm excited. Yeah, I'm loving it. This is amazing.
Death Rider.
And right before you cover the credits, that's when you reveal that Devon Sawa is a vampire.
Yeah, you don't do the run-up thing. You just yes. As Danny Trejo's burning, the flames light up Devon Sawa's face as he pulls his mask down. And you see the scene.
Yeah,
he's also a vampire. Bam, bam, bam. It's just simple. But instead, Danny Trejo, we don't see him die. He just screams as his stakes that are tied to him.
Well, he wasn't even fighting.
Just like,
trying.
Pushed into the
He wanted
sand.
to die.
He could have gotten out. Yeah. But then we have 10 more minutes of him walking on the horse, and then the credits just start
with like weird wind noises.
Yeah, no thrill, no excitement, no bam. This is the movie. Welcome to the movie. It's just it sucks.
Well, Danny Trejo is the start of, because he's whatever. He's in a lot of cheap crap, but he is a professional actor.
Sure.
And that's the start of the weirdest contrast between these two. Veronica is filled with nothing but porn stars.
I wish to pinch you over right here. Fuck you in the ass.
As fuck is my specialty.
And it's bad dialogue delivered poorly by porn stars. Death Rider is boring dialogue delivered by professional actors.
And also porn stars.
But we have Devon Sawa, the late, great Julian Sands is unfortunately in this film.
Our reputation, if you will, speaks for itself.
Who else shows up in it?
Fred Armisen.
Yeah, Fred Armisen, who doesn't have a line of dialogue.
Well, when was it? Because it looked like
you barely see him.
No, you barely see him. I think it is just like Glenn Danzig was like, "What celebrities can I get?" And Fred Armisen probably just thought it would be funny.
Yeah,
to show up
it was a joke.
Yeah.
it's almost like an exercise in actors' stamina, where you need to do something so tedious and boring for 10 minutes.
Oh, that's it.
And it is funny because we watched Veronica afterwards, and there are a few parts where there's the awkward zoom in where the character's just waiting for Glenn Danzig to yell cut. And that's half the shots in Death Rider. Every shot of Julian Sands, he's sitting behind his desk and he's doing this.
Oh, God.
And he's just waiting for action or cut.
Ah, my dear comic.
The start of the scene is him doing this, and then he looks up and he delivers his dialogue, and then he goes back to doing this.
Foolish writer. I'd say he was as good as dead. And
Julian Sands has the Cameron Mitchell role in this.
Uh-huh.
He hasn't gotten up from that chair.
What was that? Just a skull? He's like,
He just wanted to do something.
What, can I touch one of the props? Yes, Mr. Sands.
Do I have to just sit here like this? Can I do something?
And cut.
Oh my God, I hate this. Do a montage of all the zooms to nothing.
perfect. Oh my God. After 80 takes.
Oh, the thing you did with the head at the end.
You can't write that. You cannot write that shit.
Remember when he touched the skull and then put it back down?
He just wanted to do something.
He's just waiting for cut. It
Yeah.
never happened. He was, I better do
Yeah.
something.
The brilliant.
And then the
At
shot
the end
still
of-
didn't end. He
Yeah.
went back to this. They still lingered on this for another 20 seconds.
They left the camera on for so long, he had time to think about if he wanted to go on that hike or not. And that's true. Like, it's his fault.
Maybe it's just like, really gotta go on a hike
Yeah,
soon.
yes, yeah.
This
This is
is
so.
really-
I gotta get away from the set.
Can I keep this coat?
Yeah, I can't wear this costume on my hike.
Oh, all right, me, Julian Sands. Hey, at the very least, this isn't his final movie.
Amazon Cyber Monday deals are here. With deals up to 40% off. Shop great deals now on Amazon.
With Walmart gifts for under $25, get a gift that shows you get them.
Should we cover the? I don't even want to say plot, but like what the setup is.
Yeah.
So
Break
Devin,
it down.
well, Devin Sawa,
Break it down.
he's wandering. Let's break it down.
Let's break it down.
Let's break it down.
Devin Sawa, he's wandering through the woods with this topless woman. He gets to this
Woods.
bar.
No, he's right through
The desert,
whatever. He's bringing the lady. She's on the horseback.
Yeah, and he shows up at this bar. I guess it's a bar.
It's a vampire sanctuary, is what they call it.
The name of the place is Sanctuary.
Yeah.
But they have like, card tables and
It's like an old west
prostitutes and he says, I need a room for the night or whatever. I got this prostitute. I got this virgin.
Oh yeah, she's pure.
Oh yeah, she's pure. She's pure. You can have her. And so that's how he gets into this place. And then nothing really happens for a very long time.
Two vampire women are horny for him.
Two vampire women both want him.
The madam and then the madam's bottom bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, the blonde lady. We think she's the eyeball boob
She's
lady.
definitely the boob lady.
Yeah, from Veronica.
Spider death.
She's Dejet.
Dejet.
Where you take what
Dejet. We're pretty sure that's her. We see a shot of Devin Sawa in his bedroom. He pulls out, he looks like he has killing utensils. So I guess we're like, oh, he's like a blade.
Yes.
But then that's not brought up again for another hour because we have to linger on nothing for an hour. And then it turns out Devin Sawa's there to kill all the other vampires. And there's a shootout.
Well,
Why is he there to kill all the other vampires?
Because that's what the movie's about.
No.
Does he know they have his sister there?
You recognize her, Ryder?
Who is she? Girlfriend, husband,
I'm assuming it's his
wife,
wife or
daughter, sister.
Is that any way to greet your beloved sister, Ryder?
Sorry, motive. No. Okay.
You and your sister, Ryder.
Ryder.
Give your sister a big hug.
That's gonna be my new ringtone.
Give your sister a big hug.
He seems surprised when he sees his sister.
I think that was just him not knowing what scene they're shooting. I'm not gonna say it's his bad acting. I could
Yeah, Devin
never.
Sawa was a quality actor.
I could never blame any actor, even the bad porn stars. I would blame the direction because I'm sure none of them have any idea what's going
Now, when
on.
you say you blame the director, you're not talking about Kim Director, the actress that plays one of the women in the film.
I'm talking about Glenn Danzig.
She did a great job.
Yeah, a logical movie if because it's called Death Rider in the House of Vampires, right?
Something like
So
that.
he's like a Blade-esque character, a guy who's a vampire but also kills vampires or whatever. And Julian Sands plays Count Dooku, Count Chocula,
Count Cuckoo.
something. He's the head vampire who lives in the basement of a brothel. But we need to establish Devon Sawa's character, and we need to understand motivation. You can leave it a mystery for a bit, but only for so long before you need to have connection. So we cut to a flashback.
You're saying what you should do.
Should do.
This
Julian
doesn't happen.
Sands shows up and says, "Oh, I'm here for the town's virgins." No, not my kid's sister. Maybe Devon Sawa's younger. I just want the ladies to be sluts of the night. And he pulls up, "That's my sister. I'll get you someday, mister." Even if it's obvious and fucking cliched and right in front of your face and not revealing and not a mystery, as long as we know why he's there.
You know what you can do? You can not be a vampire, but he's got to like try and blend in and pass himself off as a vampire. Let's give you some interesting things to do in the middle of the film. I kind of thought that's maybe what they were doing. Yeah, like he's got to wait for the Baron to show up. The Baron's going to show up 3 days. He's going to buy his time before he can strike. Something. Give me something.
Yeah, because they had that scene where the madam had a random lady like laying on her back.
18 or 19 years old.
Yes, she's like, ooh, fresh blood, vintage, 18, 19 years old. Want a drink from it? He's like, I don't drink right from the neck. I like to could have it over here. Yeah, like if he was.
What was the point of that?
I don't know, but if he wasn't a vampire, him kind of like coming up with excuses or maybe drinking the blood and being like, "Oh, this is kind of delicious." You know,
I like it.
Yeah, he takes out his fake teeth at the end of the night, and he's something. I know. All those suggestions are kind of comedic.
Yeah.
But you can play them seriously.
That would you could, but I mean, even the comedic, that would be something more than what we got, which was nothing. We got nothing.
I need this.
You get bottles of booze, bar, and corner, or in the outdoors. I mean, it's clearly.
It's a support animal. Can you register the Enterprise D as a support animal?
Can we talk about
Can we try
Danzig
that?
showing up
Yes,
first,
talk about
or
Danzig.
do we
I'm
talk
sorry.
about like what vampires are susceptible to?
Yeah,
like stabbing,
the mythology, the lore. I don't even remember Danzig showing up. I think I left the room.
You were
out of the room, but he showed up later in the film too. He plays Bad Bathory is the character's name.
Bad Bathroom?
Bad Bathroom. Which Bathory is the woman that likes to bathe in blood, which is also in Veronica. So he's already run out of ideas.
I guess we're gonna have this another time now, huh, kid?
Yep, it sure looks like it, huh? Hell yeah.
Oh my god!
Yeah, why ain't that
Hopefully, it's all just explained in the credits. You know, like post-movie explanation.
Explain the plot.
Yeah.
At the end credits.
So you might be confused on what happened there.
But Devon Sawa, we're like, okay, is he there to kill all the vampires, right? Yeah. Oh, maybe he is. And then, what's his name? Poopy? Dookie?
Dookie.
Move it, Dookie, god damn it!
Yeah, Dookie. Dookie.
They're like,
There's a character named Dookie.
Is it Eli Roth? Eli Roth comes out and he says, Dookie, a ghost ruined my life. Right, he said, right. Dookie.
Right there, that one. Get him. Get your hands off me, you damn varmints!
No, he says, you there. You're a traitor. You don't belong in the House of Vampires. And then the camera pans over to Devon Sawa, and then it goes, whoa, and it pans over to Dookie. And then it's like, oh, a switcheroo. We thought he found out Devon Sawa, but really. And then Dookie gets the treatment by the bad guys.
See that there?
This here's where we make up silly bullets.
Are you fighting werewolves?
Where they pour liquid.
Silver, which we usually associate with killing werewolves, I guess kills vampires too.
Yeah, it's cooler than an old wooden stake. So they pour liquid silver, molten silver down his throat, and Dookie burns up. And so that's the example. When you say you've been found out, this guy's been found out by the bad guys. This is how harsh the bad guys treat someone who has betrayed them, thus making you fear for your main character. But that Death Rider just kills everyone. Even the bad guy. There's no scene where Death Rider gets defeated in the third act and is tied up outside. Remember?
This is what I thought was going to happen briefly.
Remember, Jim? I'm sorry. Do you remember, Rich? Julian Sands punches him.
My nose, Jay.
Julian Sands punches him. We thought, for a second, you and I both had the same thought, that Death Rider wakes up in the desert, and what happened to the Duckmouth girl?
Oh yeah, so they tie her up because she sleeps with Death Rider after red-haired girl sleeps with.
And all the setups on the way, the guys all crucified out in the sun, is setups.
We're gonna have a payoff for that setup, Mike. We're gonna have a payoff for the setup. He did a thing. He did a thing. He did a thing.
We're gonna find our hero in the same predicament as been set up numerous times. Our hero, Devin Sawa, aka Death Rider, will be strung up on a wooden cross waiting as the sun comes up.
How's our hero going to get out of this one? We've seen multiple people fail this challenge and die. What is our hero going to do?
What are these words coming out of your mouth? It's amazing, Rich. It's amazing how you've seen a movie. And I've seen a movie too, and I thought our hero would be in distress in the third act and have to find his way out of this situation and then get revenge.
Oh, they're still in that room.
Yeah.
They're still in that room.
Yeah, there's so many things.
Julian Sands isn't leaving this room.
How many times was he knocked out?
Why do they have to knock him out?
Yeah.
To show how strong he is, he punched him.
But what does it matter? Who cares?
To show how powerful Julian Sands is. He goes, "What did you hit me with, a cannon?" He goes, "No, just with this."
It made it seem like it was like a day later and they hit him outside.
I thought they were in the
I thought he was going to wake up.
Yeah, he was going to be tied up. He's got to find a way out of it.
It'd be smart as fuck.
That would have been exciting.
Yeah, it would have been exciting.
Movies aren't meant to be exciting or interesting. You're just meant to suffer through them in dead silence. What kind of stupid logic are you using? Oh.
Like you just got it on a cloak, though.
Oh my god. Oh, this is so lame.
This is almost unbelievably lame. Like, how could you be this uncreative?
That's such a great quote for the box. Unbelievably lame.
How can you be this uncreative? This also good. What? Normal fire. Did he make his clothing out of gasoline?
That's what I meant to flame retardant clothing.
So you can kill a vampire with just fire.
First, you gotta marinate him with a steak and a couple silver bullets. Let him talk for fucking hour. And then let him play.
Julian Sands was like, I'm going to make this quick, and then he just stood there.
I had a momentary problem where I was like, should I set my beer down or just keep drinking? Why set it down if I'm just going to pick it back up again?
True.
You know what I'm saying?
They're weaker vampires, maybe. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
More weaker vampires.
God,
it's Glenn Danzig's lore. That's all.
It's Glenn Danzig's world, and we're just suffering through it.
Don't call it.
We're just gawking at it like we were driving by a horrible car accident.
You know the bright spot in the dark desert?
Yeah.
Go to it. I'll meet you there. Those his feet? No, the ears of the horse.
Oh.
Almost look like boot tips. How the fuck is that?
When you have something to get done today, getting everything you need today is helpful. That's why Ace has free in-store and curbside pickup, or even same-day delivery from your locally owned neighborhood Ace.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
I want a new credit card to grow my credit. Now, Experian can help me find credit cards with no ding decline. Now, these cards won't ding my credit if I'm not approved.
No date?
No ding.
No date?
Get the free Experian app today.
Dare I say something controversial? Glenn Danzig knows nothing about how movies are made.
Whoa, dude. Whoa.
Oh, Tim's leaving. He's walking off the set.
I've seen what Glenn Danzig does to people.
Oh, God. Oh, he punches him out. Yeah.
Or he gets punched
Oh,
out.
he
gets. That's.
I think Rich could beat up Glenn Danzig right at this point.
Sweet. Well, you're punching down.
Oh my. Well, yeah.
He's
short. And he's pushing it. He's pushing 80.
Is he?
Okay, Rich versus Danzig. You know how those YouTubers, like those clowns, what are their names?
Any of them?
No, the blonde guys.
You talking about the Paul?
Yeah, Logan Paul or what? Which
Oh
one?
yeah, they do their boxing
They do
matches.
boxing.
Yeah.
Rich versus Danzig.
Let's get this going.
Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
Summer 2024. Rich versus Danzig. You can have Len Kabaczynski as your
Special referee. Yeah. Your personal trainer.
You could tag him in and out.
That's how I just start the match.
And
right?
Danzig,
Yeah, just tag Lennon.
Danzig will tag in the duck face girl. And she'll slap you with her tits and rubber duck lips on your face. Try to smother you.
Did you say rubber duck lips or rubber
Both work.
duck lips?
Rubber duck.
Rubber duck lips.
Rubber duck lips.
No, there's that famous. Is that her like wrestling name, Rubber Ducky?
Yeah.
No, there's that famous photo of Glenn Danzig walking out of the grocery store with kitty litter.
Oh yeah.
So he'll tag in his cat, which will be a formidable foe.
Oh my God! My one weakness.
I'll be running around the ring.
Len Kabaczynski will be throwing you Claritin. Any histamines.
Then I'll sneak up behind him and I'll just hit him in the head with a toy enterprise.
Yeah. Glenn Danzig's one weakness is Star Trek. Your weakness is cats.
I can't handle intellectualism.
Competent stories? What?
What do you mean a scene that can't last more than 12 minutes?
I'm gonna fill the
What do you mean you don't see Beverly Crusher's tits?
Oh my God! You need more too.
Time to get, little lady.
Oh, the Pure Woman.
Is that the
Oh,
movie?
you know who that is?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
But
Yeah, that's her. Was she a plant?
That's gonna cost you extra.
She's a vampire. Why doesn't he kill her?
She's not a vampire.
That was a vampire.
Oh.
She has teeth.
Because he was here for the count.
He killed everybody else, so literally everybody else except that one lady.
what? Why the fuck you tip your hat to him if you?
Because he pulled off the greatest vampire heists in the history of vampires.
He had such a clever plan of
Shut up. After he defeated Count whatever.
Count Dooku.
What happened?
No,
Was that the end of the movie? I don't even remember.
No, because he.
What challenge happened after that?
He grabs Boob Lady.
Be more specific.
He grabs shiny pants and Boob Lady from the
From the
beginning
beginning of the movie, who we haven't seen since the beginning of the movie.
He was
Silk-
trying to
silk,
make it in. I guess he didn't get in.
Pajama bottoms
Yes.
lady. Okay.
And then they walk past vampire lady who's getting
The only vampire he doesn't kill.
The only
and we
vampire
don't know
doesn't kill
why.
for some reason. We don't know why. And then they going away on a horse. And then we found out shiny pajama pants Boob Lady is now a vampire herself.
Which doesn't matter because Devon Sawa is already a vampire.
And
Either she was from the
Maybe he'll
beginning
show up.
as an operative with him, or she
Maybe call
became
him.
one.
It would have been a nice twist if she were an operative with him and they were working together to do something, and she had a whole other storyline in a different part of the place. You could have made a movie if you wanted to.
If she's just like, you know what, I'm sick of riding around on this horse with no shirt on, and you could have, like, you using me as bait again. It's like, sure, this is the last time. We'll use you as bait, I swear to God.
They could have been like
fine, I'm gonna go to sleep now.
They put her in the pen with the other humans they keep. She's got to figure out which one is the person they're looking for. Maybe they hire her to rescue somebody.
Oh.
She's got to find out which one is the governor's daughter or something. You can do something. Once again, you can do literally anything, and it would have been more than we got.
Rich, just go on Danzig whenever you make your next film. Just give us a call. I mean, all we want is $50.
It's really
Just
wild.
sit us down and let us read your script and go, okay, Glenn.
The sound should be like this.
Well, the sound is a separate story, but
I'll re-edit the sound. I'll re-edit a scene from this movie with new audio.
Wow.
I'm going to edit the scene. I'm going to give myself 20 minutes.
You're offering up your post-production skills.
Yes, I'm gonna give myself 20 minutes to re-edit one section of this movie, and we're gonna show it right here.
Do we get to pick which section?
I would say the section where girls are getting killed by Fred Armisen upstairs.
The Fred Armisen cameo,
and fun is happening down in the saloon proper level.
Yeah, here's the way the scene is in the film. And now here's my re-edit of this scene.
There's a carrot. Good Johnson. Very good. I called him. Keep selling crap.
Change. It's interesting because Veronica, they both have it's like they're offset. If you combine these two, Veronica has decent sound. They have scenes in strip clubs, and there's music.
Yes.
That's dead silent.
You could use my song, Mr. Zig, but is he called Mr. Zig?
This is the opposite in editing, sound design, but better actors.
Yes.
And so it's like if you combine the pros and cons or the strengths and weaknesses of either or and combine them together, they could be something.
A heavy C-.
Something that might be
A strong C-.
Strong
Right.
C-.
Something that might be in some way legitimately entertaining.
Yes. But Death Rider is
Flatline.
Madame,
Ground.
we are closing. Would you like another refill?
She just sat down.
See, I feel bad because the reason we're here talking about these two particular movies is because of Glenn Danzig. If these were made by Joe Schmo.
I think
No.
Veronica is very funny. A lot of Veronica is very funny. And if you didn't even know it was made by a rock guy,
maybe
you would still laugh at the weird Spider-Man and
Cause of death? Apparent shock and loss of blood.
Nice.
There's plenty of funny stuff in that has nothing to do with the fact that it's made by Glenn Danzig.
It adds a little layer.
It makes it funnier,
than
but
the fact that it's made by someone.
right. But Death Rider, we watched that specifically because it is the follow-up to Veronica, and it just was a complete disappointment.
It took all the wrong notes from Veronica.
Yeah.
Well, didn't take any notes at all.
You should really make scenes longer, dancing.
Somebody giving a bad advice.
And he's like, really, Joe? Really? What else? What else?
Was it
What else?
Rob Zombie? Rob Zombie's giving him wrong advice.
Oh, yeah. You really should.
What adds some motivation for the main character? No.
Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about that.
That scene where you have like ambience and background noise, get rid of all that.
You can't understand what's going on in the movie. You just want to focus. Laser focus on what the character is saying and doing. No distractions.
I want to have lots of nudity in this one. No. Just in the very beginning, that's it. But it takes place in a whore house.
You want to see the tits?
No,
well, that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I was supposed to be home yesterday.
And
there's an innocence to Veronica, and now we're past that, and we're like,
Yes.
we should mature now. You haven't. You've gotten worse, and now we're done.
The Emperor has no clothes.
Sure.
Post Veronica. When there was less clothes in Veronica, ironically. And there are more clothes in Death Rider, but the Emperor has no clothes anymore, and we're done.
Mm-hmm. We're done.
Danzig, good night.
Year, everyone gets exactly what they want with Popeye's Festive Family Box.
An elegant touch for an everyday meal. Vanity Fair napkins. Elevate every day.
Why, hello, Rich.
Oh, hello, Mike. I see we're playing Junker today?
That's right. We were going to have a rematch with you and Tim Higgins, but we discovered he was using performance-enhancing drugs when he won Junker last time. He's currently suspended pending board review.
Wait a minute, though. Tim was the champion. if the champion's not here, who the hell am I going to play?
Well, we just brought in the last Junka winner. Here he is.
Oh my God! It's Hollywood celebrity Warwick Davis.
No?
It's Hollywood celebrity you.
Yes, it's me, Milwaukee Culkin. Rich, I'm really looking forward to playing some Junko with you. I'm looking forward to a hard-fought battle. And I just want to say, may the best man win.
Okay, who gets to go first?
Well, I'll do you a favor. Winner goes first. Okay. Okay. Yeah. In your face.
What is it? What is it?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
What is it?
It's completely blank.
Oh my God, we're starting off with a true black spine. A complete mystery. That's frightening. All right.
Like a true winner.
All right. Now you gotta put a tape on top.
All right. Let's see. Come on.
Okay. Easy. Oh my God, this is exciting. Poach a pick. Oh my God, this is the new feature.
What the hell is that?
This is the new feature on Black Spine Junka. This means if I win, I get to choose one of your tapes.
Why would you ever want that?
It's the brand new feature of Junka. I don't want to fuck this up, unlike the first tape.
Facer size. The natural facelift. Looking forward to it.
This is the early stages here. It's not that tense yet. Oh my God, another true black spine.
Yeah. Start digging in. A question of origins.
That's gonna be some juicy stuff, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Either Jesus or possibly just straight up evolution.
Okay.
One or the other.
Or both. Yay. You can poach that one.
Alright, come on, give me some weird shit. Some weird shit. Herman and Friends.
A poach a pick.
Ooh.
All right.
You can watch Herman and Friends.
That sounds dumb.
That's I know, yeah.
Can I poach your poach a pick?
Oh, like infinite. I mean, then we'll never have to watch the tapes.
Yes.
Because you go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Okay.
There's a cricket in the room too.
That's appropriate. This sounds fun. JVI Final World Government. When? Now? Oh, okay.
So the poach.
Okay, another poach pick. Did we look this thing up entirely of poach picks?
You're up, Rich.
All right.
Don't blow it.
I'm not gonna blow it. I'm just gonna casually and quickly take out this tape, no problem whatsoever. Up yours.
Poacher pick. No, I'm just kidding.
Pool. The master's way.
Mm.
So it's like some Zen pool monk. Take an orange one. It's exciting. Orange.
I like how we're keeping up the pattern.
Yeah, you know.
Love it. Line dancing for seniors. 30 minutes.
Okay. Humor your stress.
Sounds hilarious.
Oh,
Lucy.
got one. Is it a winner though?
E-I-E-I yoga.
Oh, God.
Looking good.
Yes, some chaos.
Start on the outside.
Goes from the outside here. Stuck. Kind of stuck. Okay. Cutest cat capers.
The old triple C, huh?
All right. Ooh.
Right on. Okay. It's Garrett Franklin demo reel.
Oh no.
Wait.
Another outsider. S&M workout. Dominatrix workout.
Mastodons. To the Macedon Quake. Ooh, this is a repeat, I think, from last time I played.
I think it is. It sounds familiar.
Mm-hmm. It's 13 minutes and it's color.
Okay.
So, yeah. Mastodons.
Making marvelous memories with rubber stamps. Are you out of easy ones?
Yeah.
There's no more easy ones in there? Oh.
Difficult people and how to deal with them.
Okay.
38 minutes.
I should be an expert at that. You know what I'm talking about. I think I am out of safe ones. Oh, no, I'm not. Get off of there. Get off of there. Oh, God, I got it. Oh, no. Cooking with Kathy the micro crisp way.
When cops attack. Okay.
Yes!
All right.
Yes! Mac, you're at a crossroads. You can't do it. You can't. Oh, you did it.
Yeah. Where the garbage goes. And it's right into this pile.
I feel like I need to keep pulling on this one because I started with this one.
Yes! Yes! In your face, bitch! Bob Ginden, the fastest gun who ever lived! Yes!
If I were you, I think I would do that one. That one right here. That looks loose to me.
All right, yeah. That's it. Thanks for the advice.
Yeah.
Rich.
All right.
Rewarded
with a true black spine.
No way.
Mike, could you hold off on that until I can take out?
Yeah, I guess.
Get excited.
Oh, yeah, I will. New Age miracles. Fact or fraud? I wonder which.
The bully factor. Getting down to the nitty grits. Oh. Look at that.
How'd you pick? How'd you pick?
All right. Yeah, wants to go. I didn't know right idea. Let's open that whole side. Okay. Ooh. God's love never fails. Unless, yeah, except when it does.
Nervous. I want to win. He's fighting for his title. I don't want to be a two-time loser. Nope. Absolutely. I don't want to, but I have to. Yeah. Oh God. You don't filming this. You don't understand. Like that was just a major thing right there. That was like a huge structural risk. Oh my God. Oh yeah! Look at this! Look at all this! Oh yeah!
Jamming against the darkness. San Antonio.
All right.
Ooh, boy. Just keep punching at it.
Well, fuck! you don't understand. There's two tapes, 3, but it's gotta be.
No fucking way.
I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand how difficult that just was. Satanism Unmasked: The Return, Part 1.
Yeah, you have a lot of religious stuff going on.
Oh, God. I can't. This is gonna be it. I get ready for the fall. Either Mac's gonna make it, and then I'm gonna do it and it's gonna fall, or it's gonna fall right now. This ends in 1 or 2 turns.
Holy shit. Open flame. Open flame. Because you just got burned. Yeah, every row has 2.
Every row is 2.
You do it.
Every balance
What are you doing? You can't do that.
No, I really can't. No, it's gonna go right now.
For one brief moment in time, Rich Evans is a winner. The junket pile precariously balances on one tape for a moment. A moment so short, in fact, it's less than 1/100 of a second. Through editing, I have the power to pause time and let him relish in his victory, although short as it may be. But alas, all good things must come to an end. And it is with a gentle nudge I usher Rich Evans back into reality. A reality where he is never a winner, and he will always be a loser.
That was like a second of magic. I bow to you, sir.
Good. Good game. GG.
Yeah. Do I get a shirt?
What shirt?
I think you know the answer to that question.
Well, I will say, Mac, technically, you are the winner of Junka.
Well, after watching all these, I feel like we're all winners here. Except for you, Rich. Still don't know.
Yeah, you're the supreme champion. 2 wins under your belt.
Yeah, you're only on to win 2 Junkas.
50% of the Junka games you have won.
Indeed, I am undefeated. Yeah. So, sounds like I'll never be invited back again, right?
I mean, you have to now to defend the championship. You have to keep coming back until you lose.
I say we don't do another Junka for like 45 years.
Is everyone else completely exhausted?
Oh, yeah. Well, this is, we were trying to figure out, and I guess we can go back through the old episodes to determine it, but I think this is the most tapes that have been told, like the longest the tower stood. And I think it's the most tapes we've had on the table. We're like, well, there's stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
We usually weed out, we watch 5 minutes of one and we throw it in the garbage. And then we just have like 4 or 5, maybe 6 tapes on the table to actually discuss. But we got a lot here.
Oh.
Some of them more discussed than others, but
some of them with more disgust than the others. Well, who's in charge of this episode? Why don't you take the reins, because you're the jump champion.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see. What do we have first here? Oh, yes. Face or size? Yay.
Welcome to Carol Maggio Facer Size. The rich and famous have to pay thousands for Carol Maggio.
Oh, she's not face size.
Oh!
Wow. They changed the lighting. Look at these letters you can't read.
So, yeah, facial size is kind of exactly what you think it is. It is doing facial exercises with well, like a middle-aged-ish lady, not entirely sure.
Scam artist.
Here's the thing. Is it a scam or is she a true believer? Is she delusional?
And with appearances on the wall.
Just stick your finger in your face.
Carol, quit putting your fingers in your nose. Look at.
You can do it anywhere, on the go. You don't look like a crazy person. Or option C, is there some kind of secret science that this actually works? Did we look up a photo of her? And she doesn't look that bad right now.
I believe that she believes this. I do, at the very least, that she believes this.
Yeah.
Like, Lord knows if it works or not. It's hilarious.
Gotta see this.
Make a long O with your mouth. Upper and lower lips pulling away from each other stronger, continually.
This is so creepy.
Yeah, harder, stronger, harder, stronger, harder, stronger.
Well, she's talking about like how to make your nose smaller.
There's certain things that are
It's
skeptical.
like, this is the dumbest thing.
Yeah.
Push your nose tip up strong with your finger.
This is the dumbest thing.
There's no like obviously like even if you just do this, like this is like an exercise for elderly people, right? Just move your arms. Like you are working muscles doing this.
Many in the Black community, if I'm being honest with you, because I want to be, believe that you are being used as a pawn by the right and that you're a charlatan of sorts.
I don't think there's any evidence I've been co-opted by anyone, and I think that's an ad hominem tactic people use to not address really the important conversations we're having here.
What's going on, everybody? Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks recently reported on woke race hustler Sonny Hostin's disgusting treatment of a guest on her show, The View. Anna Kasparian was appalled when Sonny Hostin told her guests that he's a pawn for the right wing and suggested that he's a traitor to his race because he didn't fall in line with her narrative. So let's watch Anna Kasparian roast this woke idiot, Sonny Hostin. Let's go.
Author and analyst Coleman Hughes was recently met with some intense hostility, specifically from Sonny Hostin on The View, as he appeared on the show to promote his new book, The End of Race Politics: Arguments for a Colorblind America. At a time when the culture in America has essentially rejected colorblindness, instead embracing an almost obsessive focus on race and how we differ from one another, I honestly wasn't shocked that he was met with that kind of vitriol. We'll get back to that portion of the exchange in just a minute. But first, I do think it's actually important to understand Coleman as a person and the argument he's trying to make. In the interest of full disclosure, though, I do have to admit that I'm a fan of Coleman's, even though he and I have some disagreements. He's more supportive of Israel's war on Gaza, as an example. On some issues, he definitely leans to the right of me. But I actually find him to be thoughtful. He makes thought-provoking arguments in good faith. And I don't know about you, but I've been increasingly bored with shows that have default ideological talking points that hosts never deviate from. It's a mindless snooze fest. Sometimes Coleman's analysis on certain current events challenge my own, and I find that to be a good thing. We should all be willing to challenge and reevaluate our own beliefs without assuming the one challenging us is some grifter or right-wing pawn. I think it makes us smarter and mentally stronger. Now, with that out of the way, let's hear Coleman out on the direction he believes policy should go in America.
The default right now in a lot of areas of policy is to use Black and Hispanic identity as a proxy for disadvantage. And my argument is that you actually get a better picture of who needs help by looking at socioeconomics and income that picks out people in a more accurate way.
And not my question, but when you say that socioeconomics picks out people in a better way than race, when you do look at the socioeconomics, you see the huge disparity between white households and Black households. You see the huge disparity between white households and Hispanic households. So your argument, and I've read your book twice because I wanted to get the chance, your argument that race has no place in that equation is really fundamentally flawed.
Look, I think Sunny Hostin's lack of logic here is what's fundamentally flawed. Just keeping it real. It's somewhat strange how triggered she is by the notion that we should focus economic policies on class rather than identity, like race. I assure you there are plenty of poor people of all races in America. However, she herself is a wealthy woman of color, so maybe class-based issues don't appeal to her the same way as they would for the working poor in America. And while it is true that Black and Latino Americans are more economically disadvantaged on average, it's also true that class-based policies would disproportionately benefit their lives without leaving poor white Americans behind. Why is that a bad thing? Don't we want to see all of our fellow Americans succeed, regardless of religion, race, gender, sexual orientation, etc.? Class-based economic policies have more buy-in among voters and tend to be harder to repeal because they're applied to everyone impacted by poverty. Coleman managed to maintain his composure, something that he's insanely skilled in, and responded, in my opinion, perfectly.
There's two separate questions. One,
Coleman Hughes is talking about taking race out of the equation that determines who gets assistance from the federal government and basing it solely on socioeconomic status, so everyone, regardless of race or anything else, that is in need receives the help that they need, which I think most would agree is ideal because it helps the socioeconomically challenged dispassionately without bias. However, after he gets about 2 sentences out, Sunny Hostin has to dive right in and bring up race again and suggest that that needs to be a part of the equation. And trust me, when we return to the video, she is going to beat that horse until it doesn't have a breath of life left in it. Finally, I can't believe this is even a question. You want to help socioeconomically challenged people. Isn't a class-based approach ideal? Politicians, race hustlers, and activists always want to add in more variables to complicate the solution to a problem even more. Keep it simple, right? Let's get back to the video.
questions. One is whether each racial group is socioeconomically the same. That I agree with you. They're not.
Yeah, they're not, and the stats show that.
Yeah, of course, I agree with that fully. The question is, how do you address that in a way that actually targets poverty the best?
Great.
And what Martin Luther King wrote in his book Why We Can't Wait is he called it, we need a Bill of Rights for the disadvantaged. And he said, yes, we should address racial inequality. Yes, we should address the legacy of slavery. But the way to do that is on the basis of class. And that will disproportionately target Blacks and Hispanics because they're disproportionately poor, but it will be doing so in a way that also helps the white poor, in a way that addresses poverty as the thing to be addressed.
He's right. I mean, I think he makes really good points there. But look, maybe Sunny Hostin has a counterpoint that we haven't even considered. So let's keep an open mind and give her a chance to respond.
You claim that color blindness was the goal of the civil rights movement, based upon Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech, content of character versus the color of skin. He also said in 1968, it was about less than a week before he was assassinated, this country never stops to realize that they owe a people kept in slavery for 244 years. So rather than class, he did write about that earlier on, right before his death. He made the argument for racial equality and racial reparations. And so your argument for color blindness, I think, is something that the right has co-opted.
The quote that you just pointed out about doing something special for the Negro, that's from the book Why We Can't Wait that I just mentioned.
Yes.
A couple paragraphs later, he lays out exactly what that something special was.
Yes.
And it was the Bill of Rights for the Disadvantaged, a broad class-based
But
policy.
he also says you must include race.
No, he says it.
Yes, he does.
Okay, well, everyone should go read the book Why We Can't Wait.
I gotta say, I mean, I didn't notice until this very moment, but the fact that she's rejecting class-based politics while wearing a Gucci button-down and a Gucci belt is hilarious. But nonetheless, disagreements about MLK tend to, drive me crazy. But Coleman is correct to point out the class-based politics that the civil rights leader espoused. In fact, mainstream discussions about MLK tend to leave out his views on class politics.
A lot of mainstream media don't give you honest news. We do. You know why? Because of you. Paid membership on YouTube makes all the difference. Hit the join button below.
Is evidenced by, and by the way, I mean, I think what Coleman is saying is evidenced.
YouTube makes all the difference. Hit the join button below, and you become the hero that sustains us.
And by the way, I mean, I think what Coleman is saying is evidenced by the policies that MLK was pushing for, including a universal basic income. It was a universal basic income, meaning that it would apply to everyone regardless of their race. And I wish Coleman and Hostin's conversation centered more on the most effective policies to move this country forward. But unfortunately, that was the end of the substantive exchange, or at least the substantive portion of their exchange. The back and forth unfortunately devolved from there.
Many in the Black community, if I'm being honest with you, because I want to be, believe that you are being used as a pawn by the right and that you're a charlatan of sorts.
You're not a Republican.
So how do you said that you're a conservative.
No.
No, you did. You actually said that podcast that you did 2 weeks ago.
I said I was a conservative.
Yes, you did. And so, but my question to you is, how do you respond to those critics?
I don't think I've been co-opted by anyone. I've only voted twice, both for Democrats. Although I'm an independent, I would vote for a Republican, probably a non-Trump Republican if they were compelling. I don't think there's any evidence I've been co-opted by anyone, and I think that that's an ad hominem tactic people use to not address really the important conversations we're having here. And I think it's better, and it would be better for everyone if we stuck to the topics rather than making it about me.
Look, at a time when someone like Donald Trump has increased his support among Black voters, I feel like maybe it's important to hear Coleman out a little bit, right? He's not a Trump supporter by any means, but are we just going to brush off, people of color who vote Republican as pawns for the right wing? How insanely insulting is that? I think it's more important to understand their arguments, no? And I think you'd have to know about Coleman's background to understand his politics. I'm not kidding when I say I listen to his podcast and I'm a fan of his. It's true that he has never voted for a Republican, even though he considers himself an independent. He's in his 20s and was raised by a Marxist mother, who unfortunately and tragically has since passed away. His father, however, was not a Marxist. And on his podcast, he shares stories of spirited debates in his household. And I'm guessing the two opposing political views in his household led to independent thinking, the independent thinking that he tends to demonstrate. You might not agree with the overall thesis of his book, and that's totally fine, that's okay. But immediately dismissing someone who has a different worldview as a pawn or a grifter without addressing the substance of what he's saying is pretty weak. There are bad faith people out there. There's no question. There are grifters. But in my opinion, they're pretty easy to suss out. They have a difficult time explaining themselves. Coleman speaks at length about what he believes, explains why he has these views, and has never been disrespectful to anyone who disagrees with him. I think political discourse in the country would be far better if all aspired to that. Coleman has an open invitation on this show because I actually find it valuable to have him further elaborate on his views, especially the views that he espouses in that book, even if we have areas of disagreement. So Coleman, come on the show, talk about your book. I don't think you're a pawn. And I do think this is an important conversation to have, right? Is color blindness a better approach to improving race relations in the country? Should we focus on race-based economic policies or class-based economic policies? I get it. These are controversial issues. People get super heated. But you got to put your differences aside, keep an open mind, and engage in a genuine and good faith exchange of ideas. And I'm not saying, that in an effort to launder like some right-wing militia members. I'm saying that in regard to someone who is incredibly thoughtful. And so if you're not familiar with Coleman Hughes, I would hate for Sunny Hostin to paint a picture of him. I would argue that you should listen to his podcast and get to know who he really is before judging his character.
So right before Sunny Hostin insulted Coleman Hughes right there, she prefaced it with, "If I'm being honest." In my experience, that's an indication that someone's about to tell a lie. It also suggests that they lie all the time, but this one time I'll tell the truth. But there's more we can take away from this very short exchange as she's insulting Coleman Hughes. What I learned from this is that Sunny Hostin is a coward, because what she says is, if I'm being honest, some black people say insult, insult, insult. What she's doing there is substituting black people for I. That's how she feels. There was a funny line in South Park when one of the little white boys was talking to a little black boy, and on the topic they were talking about, the little white boy said, "Well, Jesse Jackson said it's okay." And the little black boy said, "Jesse Jackson is not the emperor of black people." That's what Sunny Hostin is trying to be here. To me, if I were a black American, I would be insulted by this woman suggesting that she represents the population. Speak for yourself. You clearly think he's a pawn and a shill and a traitor to his race. Tell him that. Be honest. Just try one time having some integrity. Her sense of superiority is off the chart. All you can do is laugh. She acts exactly like a white liberal with a savior complex. She seems to believe that she's the only black person capable of success, while viewing others as inept and in need of her and the government's help. I am certain that she gets all of her information from leftist news sources and rarely, if ever, interacts with average Americans of any race. She'd rather stay inside her ivory tower with her liberal elite friends. So in no way does she have any business speaking for Black Americans. And just so we're all clear and on the same page, the reason obviously is so that when determining which people get assistance, she can advocate for people that have my skin color deserve more. We want more. That's her whole narrative. And she has a vested interest in not allowing color blindness to be the goal, because her job is to continue to divide people and talk about race in every single conversation. I did a story yesterday on Joy Reid. She's identical to Sunny Hostin. I think they should start a club and be best friends or something. I mean, if you didn't hear their voice or see them and just saw text of what each one of them were saying, they would be indistinguishable. I don't think it's any secret that I can't stand either of them. So I'll end it there. That's it for today's show. I really appreciate you being here. We'll see you on the next one.
Acolyte has caused Star Wars fandom to plunge into civil war. We're now in a time where journalism no longer means what it used to. All integrity is lost. What the fuck is going on? Disney Defenders wrote a whole thing to YouTubers trying to get them deplatformed from YouTube because they didn't like the Acolyte. They coordinated a campaign against them. This is the most annoying fucking thing that I see happen nowadays with like media, is that anytime that a person criticizes another person, that other person will get harassed. If I criticize somebody's actions, they will get harassed. It will happen, guaranteed. I promise you it will happen. And if somebody criticizes me, I will get harassed because of that criticism. To say that you can't criticize people because then they get harassed is to say that you cannot critically evaluate any person at all, which is ridiculous. It's very obvious when you're talking about a person who is enabling and encouraging legitimate harassment versus somebody who is just simply being critical of an action that you took. There have been a lot of times that I've made videos about people and they've been harassed because of the video that I made. I'm not sorry for a single fucking one of them, and I would do it again, and I will. Because I'm not making the videos for those people to get harassed. I'm criticizing them because I think they're doing something wrong, or I disagree with what they're saying. And if they make a video and they make a tweet, like for example, do you remember that guy that made the tweet about how I had reacted to his video and he didn't like it and then I DM'd him, I took down the video? Well, when I did that, a lot of people harassed me over that tweet. Is that his fault? Absolutely not. Because he didn't tell people to harass me. He didn't push for that. He didn't do anything. It's not his fault at all. So, and I'm not mad at him. That's his opinion. Monster Under Blindfold. Yeah, exactly. That girl got harassed because I criticized her. That's the way it goes. Creators are not responsible for their audience. You are never responsible for the actions of another person. Like, unless you're paying them or telling them to do it, then you're not responsible for what they're doing. It's on a spectrum. Yeah, but on the internet, it's pretty much binary. It seems all the mass death threats and attempts to deplatform myself from Molly and others where he advocates for in the Forbes article. Where is he advocating for this? They ask us to denounce this and blame us to control millions of people, yet they're silent when it happens to us. Creators are absolutely responsible if failed threats are made or downright telling them to do things. Your audience does it without any incitement. That's on them. Exactly. Well, yeah. I mean, of course, if you're inciting people and telling people to do something, then yeah, you have responsibility for that. Everybody knows that. But when you're just criticizing a person and saying what they're doing is wrong, then you're not at fault when that person gets harassed. I think this is just like every normal person knows this, right? Like, it was a nuance that I didn't think that we'd have to get into because most people here are adults, but yes, that's clearly the obvious difference. Lying, defame me. Richer than my legal team. Video exposes lies. What's this? Maybe some things bullies will take accountability for this harassment. The only thing that was wrong that I think that anybody did is asking for people like Star Wars Theory to be deplatformed, right? Critical drinker, Nerdrotic, like Star Wars Theory, the axis of evil, for like the
And salutations, loyal viewers of this channel. My name is Sean, and today we're going to talk about Emma Vigeland's appearance on Piers Morgan because she was absolutely horrible in every possible way, incredibly rude, and it was embarrassing. And yet, many on the far left are praising this appearance, which is exactly why they have no pull with the general public, exactly why people don't listen to them or why they rejected them electorally, and I find this to be absolutely hilarious. Now, we're going to get into this, but before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
Sarah McBride replied by saying this is a blatant attempt from far right-wing extremists to distract from the fact they have no real solutions to what Americans are facing. To which I say, well, I'm not even vaguely right, and I think it's wrong that biological men who've become trans women should be in women's spaces.
You're not vaguely right, Piers.
No, I'm
I just
actually.
listened to a
I would say
segment
I'm in
where
the
you
centre.
agreed with Glenn Beck.
No, I would say that. Yeah,
Right
exactly.
commentators in the country
No,
repeatedly.
but rather
apparently
like.
something's happening
Hang
on the
on,
ground
I haven't
because
finished
Bill
yet.
Maher
I
and
haven't
someone you
finished yet.
saw on TikTok
I haven't finished yet. Let me ask you a
being
question.
hysterical. Go ahead.
Let me ask a question.
So right off the top, I want to point out what the strategy is going in for Emma Vigeland, because she said this post her appearance on The Culture War, which is a podcast that I was actually on with her, and that is to never be invited back, to be such a lefty progressive, such a defender of your ideological beliefs that you are not invited on the program because you're such a big girl fighter. But in reality, in actuality, all she's doing right here is being rude. Now, I know Emma Vigeland is the kind of person who has a mug on her desk at her office that says polite women never make history, and she's very proud of that. She internalizes that message because oftentimes when you grow up incredibly privileged like Emma Vigeland did, going to an elementary school that costs $40,000 a year due to the fact that your parents are U.S. attorneys / corporate attorneys, you end up deciding to invent struggles to fight against. And this is exactly what is on display here. But this gets into a territory that is so dumb and so embarrassing as we progress through this that it is just pure comedy. It's honestly one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen in my entire life. And I don't feel all that well going through the course of this video, but we're going to power through because I want you guys to see it through to the end.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do not identify, and I know you believe a lot in self-identity. I do not identify as conservative.
I don't know what that
Okay. I'm like Bill Maher. I'm just completely bemused by the woke left and how nuts you've all got, right? And I think this
Bill
election.
Maher's an old,
Well,
rich
hang on, let me finish.
libertarian
I'm
who's
not asking
bitter
a
at the
question
world.
yet.
I mean,
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Right? Here's my question. If I, as a man who identifies as a liberal, if I can see why it's so wrong for biological men who have now become trans women to be in women's spaces, to be in women's sport, to be everywhere in women's lives where they historically were not biological men supposed to be, why are you not as exercised by this as a woman? I don't get it.
So right here, Piers Morgan asked her a straight up question, a question that should not be confusing to anybody out there in the world, which is, why is it acceptable for biological men to compete with women in their sports, especially when you consider the fact that female sports are designed not to maximize competition as male sports are. They're designed specifically to have a carve out for women that limits competition to biological women.
It's all about women's rights.
First of all, absolutely. I host a sports podcast. I care deeply about sports, and I believe that anybody that identifies as a woman should be able to participate in the sport as long as it abides by the particular bylines or guidelines.
You know it's wrong. You know it's unfair.
Said sports league.
Emma responds by saying she hosts a sports podcast and she cares deeply about sports ball. But let's be honest, based on her takes on sports as an issue, this is somebody who knows absolutely nothing about the topic. It is actually embarrassing the points that Emma brings to the table on this particular issue. And again, I don't know why, it just feels so bizarre.
But actually, we're talking here about Nancy Mace, who loves a camera in her face and loves attention wherever she can get it. You know, I find it pretty disgusting that she is basically implying that this trans lawmaker, just by being in her presence in the bathroom, may rape her. I do choose to speak up for women's rights. I believe that I do so on my program, The Majority Report, regularly. And I'm disgusted that Nancy Mace has decided essentially to support Donald Trump wholeheartedly, who has been found liable of sexual abuse in court, and multiple of his cabinet appointments, picks, including Pete Hegseth and Matt Gaetz, have been credibly accused of sexual assault themselves. So
a couple of things that I just want to straighten out for you guys out there in the audience. The issue of bathrooms is something that I do not give a damn about. And the reason why I don't give a damn about bathrooms is because when there is a big ass line for the female bathroom, it is very often the case that women will end up using the men's room. There are plenty of gender neutral bathrooms. This is no big deal to me at all whatsoever. That being said, Emma tries to pivot this to talking about how certain people in the Trump administration have been credibly accused of sexual assault or sexual misconduct.
And what I will point out is that they try to push this on Matt Gaetz on The View, and Sunny Hostin had to read an embarrassing legal note, because what ultimately ended up happening in that particular case is that the DOJ investigated it and they found no grounds for criminal charges. And this idea of somebody being credibly accused is non-existent. Either you are guilty of the crime, either it's been proven out, or it's not. Credibly accused is just a way to attach more legitimacy to an allegation rather than actually go through the adjudication process. They've been accused, period, point blank. If you want to talk about the specifics of the evidence, feel free to bring that up. But as of right now, none of the people that she talks about have been convicted. And again, they have just been accused.
So apparently it's triggering for her because
Well, when you say
something
credibly
is
accused,
slightly different.
all of them, when you say credibly accused,
well, but it
the
doesn't
last two
matter
names
to
you
her that
mentioned,
Trump
the
has
last
been
two,
found liable
okay, you
of
can't just keep
sexual
talking.
assault in court. Piers,
Time out.
Piers,
Time out.
has Trump been found
Time-
liable of sexual
time
assault
out.
in court? With
Trump was found guilty in a civil action. He denied it, as you know.
Found
And in case of
exactly.
and the case of
Okay.
Gates and Pete
So the
Hesketh,
preponderance of evidence went in her direction. And she's been
All right, keep
and
talking.
he has been accused
Let
by
me know when you
dozens of
finish.
women.
Let
There
me
you
know
go.
when are you finished?
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
When we have a debate, it's customary for the host leads it and you respond to questions, okay? If I may be so bold.
So again, Pierce tries to respond to the credibly accused nonsense, and Emma uses the tactic of being rude and talking over people. Again, cite the mug on her desk that says polite women never make history, which is something that Emma tries to live her life by, even though, again, she is completely irrelevant and ridiculous. But she brings up the Trump case where he was found liable for sexual abuse, which is what they ended up doing with that E. Jean Carroll case. And I will point out that people are very skeptical of that. That case was brought in 20 years later. That was in the civil court, and it is currently being adjudicated on appeal at this moment in time. That being said, if you want to throw that out there, I say that's fair game, especially, again, when you have Nancy Mace making this issue about bathrooms, rather than something that is far more winnable for the Republican Party, for the right wing, and for the American culture overall.
Okay.
I'm done.
When we have a debate, it's customary for the host leads it and you respond to questions, okay? If I may be so bold.
Now, again, what Pierce doesn't realize is going on right here is that Emma Vigeland is intentionally trying to be rude, intentionally trying to talk over him, because she thinks that this makes her look reasonable if she just keeps spitting out her talking points and never actually addresses the issue. But remember, Emma has a sports ball podcast, so she definitely knows a lot about sports ball. She's very smart on the topic of sports ball, so we're going to get to her sports ball takes very soon.
The point is that Hesketh and Gates have categorically denied any wrongdoing, and none has been proven against them. In Trump's case, it was a civil action, as you know, not a criminal action. The criminal case against him was shuffling paperwork over an alleged one-night stand with a porn star. So it's not quite how you categorized it. Deborah Lee, let me bring you in
Has this
here.
trans lawmaker been accused of rape? Has this trans lawmaker?
No, but actually, if you are a congresswoman,
I also want to point out that you can see Emma's dumb face as Piers Morgan tries to correct the record, and I find this to be amusing. And again, she ends up deciding that she's going to jump in and say, oh, what about this trans lawmaker? Has she been accused of sexual assault or anything like that? No, but we're still doing the bathroom policy. Oh my God, how dare we? How dare we have spaces for women versus men? Again, I'm somebody who points out that the idea of the whole bathroom situation is not the hill that I would die on. It's not all that important. Again, people go into bathrooms where men and women can go all the time. I understand that the fight should be in the sports arena. It should be in the locker rooms and other places that are more intimate and private for women. But this is what they decided to harp on. And Emma is very embarrassingly failing to even argue this point. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the takeaway from the audience was, yeah, we should restrict the bagnos in this particular case.
if you're a congresswoman who survived sexual assault, you should be entitled to feel safe in the
The
restroom.
presence of a trans woman in the bathroom. Oh gosh, you know, here in New York, there are a lot of multi-gender bathrooms, and
Post-election.
I think the question is,
When you've tried to solve this problem, when you know what the problem is, and you've taken real, substantive steps to solve the problem, and nobody cares about it, what do they even say? What was?
Still living in the basement. I can't seem to get a job. I don't like the status quo. I'm voting for something else, and he.
I love you to life.
I love you.
But I do not believe that. I cannot believe that.
I'll take because they're living in a cult for 500, Bob.
Am I so out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong.
Congratulations, media. You all became that meme. Well done indeed. I know I say the word insane a fair bit, but ever since the return of the great mammoth mango, the more I gleefully glance at the mental breakdown of a class of propagandists who, for some reason, continue to call themselves the media, the more I'm convinced that really is the only word to describe them. As they all scramble like drunken chickens to make sense of why a candidate that had all the life and warmth of a crash test dummy didn't ascend to the highest seat in the land. Oh, and speaking of The Simpsons, my reaction can be best summed up thusly. But before I go any further, yes, we've hit 50k subs. Woo! And so to celebrate for all of you new people who don't know, I have merch, and they're doing 35% off for the next day and a half. And that includes for you folks in Europe as well, because someone messaged me a while back and said the shipping price is outrageous. But when I checked yesterday, it ships from England, and the price was only €6. So, yeah, there you go. I have some Art Deco ones with the Wisdom of the Wang slogan, a Viking-inspired one with the I apologize for nothing catchphrase, which I definitely did not steal from Hedonism but from Futurama, and the Spoon Platoon badge sitting on the Prussian Iron Cross, which was a headache to find a maker for because apparently military symbols are controversial. Idiots. But anyway, there you go. Link is down below. Knock yourselves out. Oh, and speaking of people who deserve to get... Oh, come on, I can't even turn a phrase. This is ridiculous. No wonder Trump was reelected. Now, with all of that out of the way, let us take a gander at some of the mainstream media's reactions. So, pickaxes at the ready, chaps. We are off to the salt mines.
I'm going to invite you on here to be with. Take your time. It's not 3 hours. I mean, I just.
Notice that the current makeup of this panel itself is an indication of why the left will continue to fail. No, do go on.
This whole yes, that is it. It's not about, how can we, I've been very dismayed actually by this whole working class voter conversation, because are Black people not working class? Okay.
Well, some of them are. And as usual, the Black woman has to inject race because without it, she has no place in this conversation and would thus cease to be employed. Hey, America, how's that whole melting pot thing coming along?
Like, if you really want to boil it down, if it's really about the issues, if it's really about the message, how did the message break through to Black working class people and it didn't break through to the majority of anybody else?
You know, when I first watched this, I assumed she meant Trump's message because he's the one who actually won. Now I'm thinking she meant Harris, which doesn't make any sense. Is she honestly stupid enough to think Harris resonated with Black working class people because of class and not race? Because if you genuinely believe that, I don't even have a comeback for that. I'm legit lost for words level of astonished.
And I see y'all white women and Hispanic voters out there that are in my inbox right now saying, but we voted for her. Yes, but let me explain this how this works, okay? As a Black woman in America.
Yeah, the moment I hear those words in a sentence, I immediately tune out. Given that your party just got one bottled into orbit, you might want to consider that the overwhelming majority of that demographic are not objectively intelligent people and are just drawn like loyalists based on nothing more than sloganeering. As a consequence, that uppity attitude of yours is backed by nothing but smoke and mirrors. You are not worth listening to at all.
If something happens and somebody does something, then it's like, I understand I didn't do it, but we got to address the things for everybody else. So this is the box that we're in. I understand there are white women out here that voted for Kamala Harris, but baby, 52% of y'all voted for Donald Trump. And this was not the first time. So now, for the third time, so you got to come together and address it internally.
Address it internally? Oh, what a great suggestion. Collective sex and race kill. That should go over well. The astonishing level of entitled arrogance from these cretins. Who the hell do you think you are? Considering the majority of white women voted for Trump, we can earnestly say they're objectively better than you. Notice at the beginning, She started off with the class issue, then injected race, then claimed it didn't permeate the majority of any other group, maybe because she was a terrible candidate whose entire reason for being there had nothing at all to do with policy in the first place, and then assumes white women are a damn hive mind, and yet also pointed out that over half of them did not vote for another woman, which means they voted politely pocketbook issues, which are class-based, which proves, once again, your candidate and or their message sucked ass. My word, if this is the apex analysis we can get from these dim-witted class of mouth breathers, it's no wonder they lost more than half their primetime audience.
Particularly the media ecosystem, it's not a good one. It's a negative one. It's a radicalization funnel.
Considering your side is filled with sycophantic corporate sluts, the notion that you'd call the sphere of anyone that opposes you radical screams wacky harder than that pencil troll hairstyle you're sporting, pal.
But what they have done in the online media ecosystem is build a radicalization engine, literally the way militant groups do around the world, that takes people from relatively low-level annoyances with the world. Why are eggs so expensive? Why is my kid learning this new thing in American history in school that I didn't learn? And then moves them through YouTube videos, through podcasts, moves them from that annoyance all the way slowly to a full-blown fascist politics.
Oh, would you look at that? Another pompous, overpaid gimp who dismisses table concerns as simply that of a radical fascist. The irony of you calling everybody else that, when what the regular curious person complains about is the incompetence and or malicious management of the state, after they go and listen to people not connected to the state. And this somehow makes them desire authoritarianism, even as what they want more often than not is less government. You know, you might want to pause and recognize your entire network's pitch as watch us or else we'll call you fascistic. My word, I can't imagine why the Dems keep eating broken ass.
Not only is Twitter not a real place, but it's become a toxic cesspool filled with nothing, not about right, it's not about conservative, it's just filled with misinformation, disinformation, conspiracy theories. So,
conspiracy theories, is it? This coming from the twat who works for MSNBC, very much known for its connection to reality. Speaking of which, what did he say prior to the election on MSNBC?
There are voters he'll never get. There are places he'll never be competitive. And there's so many of them now that there's no world in which Donald Trump no imaginable world in which Donald Trump could ever win a popular majority in America.
Oh, that aged wonderfully, didn't it? I could do this all day. At least on Bill Maher, he has to feign not being a total hack job. Oh, and speaking of Bill Maher.
My message to the losers, look in the mirror. No? Sorry.
Bill Maher before the election.
First of all, I'm not going to worry about it, Phil, because he's not going to win. She's definitely going to win the popular vote, as Democrats almost always do now.
The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
Oh, man, look at that final map. Ouch. I love the way it says, this isn't a popularity contest, trademark. Not a close one anyway, no. So maybe look in the mirror, Ma, that loser is you.
And nothing that was true yesterday about how flawlessly this campaign was run is not true now. I mean, this really was an historic, flawlessly run campaign.
You know what? I'm going to try and steel man this, if only to make her look even stupider than that one single sentence already does. Let's say, for argument's sake, that's true. You still lost the House, and the Senate, and the presidency, and the popular vote. If the campaign was run flawlessly and that was the end result, my word, that is a lighthouse level of bloom signaling your candidate's floor count was higher than Chris Christie's caloric intake.
She had Queen Latifah never endorses anyone. She came out she had every prominent celebrity voice. She had the Taylor Swift, she had the Swifties, she had the Beehive. Like, you could not have run a better campaign in that short period of time. And I think that's still true.
And so what? Oh, she got a litany of celebrity endorsements, which amounted to nothing. You have to be on a seriously brain-damaged dose of coke to praise the campaign that raised over $1 billion and spent $900 million by October and allegedly ended it with $20 million in debt. Man, I dread to think what morons they put in charge of the economy, my word. Then again, these are apparently the people who ran her campaign. I actually hope this was a troll and not true because, man, it's almost too mimetic. Raised over $1 billion and ends in debt. That was not a presidential campaign, people. That was a money laundering gig disguised as a presidential campaign. Allegedly. But of course, no mainstream stupid would be quite complete without The View.
And final
rally, we talk a lot about these different demographics and these assumptions of where they're going to go. Latinos in Texas, a district that's 97% Latino, went 75 percentage points for Donald Trump. Why?
Misogyny.
It's on the border.
It's
the border
misogyny.
crisis is on their doorstep.
So-
and they were begging people to care about it for years. We
Misogyny
need
and
to fix some
sexism. That's what that was.
Listen, they're not. Who's there?
You know what's bad when even the supposedly conservative lass on there trying to talk sense is thinking, I sold my soul for this. Sexism and misogyny. Yeah, in this context, that's the same thing, you twat. And Alyssa, honey, let me give you some anti-aging advice here. Try and buy that soul of yours back and stay off The View. Because being around and participating in a constantly spewing stream of lies and hyperbolic bollocks is aging you rapidly. Then again, so does laughing as a conservative, who then votes for Kamala Harris. I went to look up her name. My jaw dropped when I saw her age. She was born in 89. She's 7 months older than I am. Selling your soul to live long only works if you produce good music, apparently. So long as you don't choke on your own vomit. Well done for you if you get that reference, by the way. But that's enough mainstream cope. Let's look at some other avenues. Because while mainstream media points the finger at each other, another wanker is going to blame you.
We really need to be honest about what happened.
I don't think you're capable of actually being honest without spontaneously catching fire.
A lot of the United States of America likes what Trump is selling.
And I'll bet you're not going to ask why and simply chastise them for what they wish to buy.
It's not that they were confused. Some of them were. I will get to that.
Case in point.
But they like what Trump is selling. They love transphobia.
It's a mystery why he's hemorrhaging subs, isn't it? Also, to love something driven by fear makes no sense. And it's not fear, it's disgust.
Despite it being statistically a non-issue.
Yeah, try telling that to female boxing Olympians and see how they feel about that statement, you misogynistic asshole.
The idea of a mass deportation of disproportionately brown people that they've been convinced have or will wrong them at some point in the future.
The fact that they are in the country in and of itself is the wrong.
There is a preference for a convicted felon, billionaire, wannabe fascist.
Now you see this? This is why you lost. If you are daft enough to disagree that men and women physically competing against each other is patently unfair to the latter, if you describe upholding the very concept of legal citizenry and therefore a basic function of the nation state as fascistic, you're stupid and insane. End of conversation. Anyone who concurs with this sentiment has suffered some kind of indoctrinated lobotomy. If only there was a phrase to accurately describe this kind of derangement syndrome.
He had a Nazi-style hate rally at Madison Square Garden a week and a half ago.
This man has over 2.5 million subscribers on YouTube. If that doesn't make you reflect and recognize democracy as cringe and gay, I don't know what will. But enough of the code. Do furnish us with an analysis of what you think went wrong.
Number one, millions of Americans, quite literally, have no idea what's going on.
Calling the voting public clueless, bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off for him.
And I know that it's sort of like, oh, David, are you doing the Republicans are stupid thing again? Listen, there's plenty of uninformed Democrats. There's uninformed independents.
But because I'm a partisan pile of wank, I'm only going to insult Republicans and not anybody else.
But there is a degree to which millions of these Trump voters have literally no idea what's going on. At a recent rally, a bunch of young white men, Trump voters, were asked, why are you voting for Trump? And they said, because gas prices are so high. The truth is that gas prices are at their lowest post-pandemic point, tied with a bunch of post-pandemic lows. That is just the truth. So saying I'm voting for Trump because of high gas prices when gas prices are low, you are simply clueless.
See, Pac-Man, this smarmy, condescending attitude is why so many people fucking hate your guts. This is why I said you couldn't tell the truth without spontaneously combusting, because your entire damn show is built on lying by omission. Oh, the petrol price is lower. Compared to what and when? Oh, it's lower than it was 2 years ago. Oh, fucking brilliant. Is it still higher than it was under Trump? Yes, that's why they voted for Trump then, you dumbass. That is not rocket science, it's basic math. Same thing applies to inflation. Perhaps if you were a bit more thorough and honest in your analysis, instead of tongue in the DNC's balls, you might have a reputation beyond being a patronizing asshole. Again, shocker at why you progressives are bleeding subscribers. So let's check out another pompous git that analyzes with his head up his ass.
With this map, this is probably the one I
I lean most towards, okay? You have Kamala wins Nevada, Kamala wins Arizona, Kamala wins Georgia, Kamala wins North Carolina, Kamala wins Pennsylvania and the blue wall states. So this is basically Kamala winning like all of the swing states. The reason why this one I feel like is my potentially most accurate map is because I do think...
No, the only thinking you do is of the wishful variety. That map is very much evidence you are either greased well enough to act hopeful to the point of drug-induced delusion, or perhaps an indication the hair dye is steeped into your brain. As a matter of fact, your obliviousness to political reality is a symptom of a much larger problem that I will get to at the end of this video. But anyone who thinks this crap, and I use the word think extremely loosely obviously, shouldn't be involved in politics in any capacity. You're a clown show. Even in his best case scenario for Trump, he was still losing. What acid wash perception of reality do you live in, dude? In fact, let's take a look at the post-result video, shall we?
I don't think she ran a particularly bad campaign. I think her campaign was way better than Hillary 2016. I think Trump's campaign was way worse than Trump 2016.
Man, as if we needed any more evidence this Walmart level in sync wannabe is insane. But it's nice to have some additional evidence now, isn't it? Again, what world do you live in? Hillary was the overwhelming favorite in 2016. Polls had a way up and the bets were on her. That's the whole reason why Trump winning in 2016 was such a shock in the friggin' first place, and why they were running around like headless chickens wondering how the hell did the polling get it so wrong. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, did not go into the general election with the polling lead. The betting markets were massively in Trump's favor, and so were the financial ones, forecasting an incoming Trump administration. Let's see if I understand this opinion correctly. Trump ran a better campaign in 2016 against someone who ran a worse Democratic campaign, and Trump performed worse. But in 2024, Trump ran a worse campaign against a better Democratic campaign, and yet he performed significantly better. Who the hell takes this moron seriously? By what fucking metrics does any of that analysis even make any sense?
But then I do think the Democrats have sort of a stylistic problem in today's day and age. Democrats like running polished and professional politicians. And this is not the era of polished professional politicians. It's just not. That era died after Barack Obama. This is the era of the raw and unfiltered and authentic feeling politician. There was also an overarching problem, which is Republicans have a narrative. I hate their narrative, but they have a narrative, and they connect their policies to that narrative. I hate their policies. I think Americans should hate their policies, but their narrative is immigrants are the problem. They're the reason your life sucks. Elite liberals and Hollywood, they're the problem. They're the reason your life sucks. Minorities are the problems. Blame them.
Yeah, the reason why that resonates is because that's reality. The reason why you can't do this is because progressivism is fueled by running away from reality. I'll explain the depth of that in just a few moments. But one last one from some gimp who's going to sim for some alternative media, as he frequently appears on MSNBC.
I also think that more broadly, there are a lot of massive structural disadvantages that Democrats are contending with right now that, in retrospect, made winning this election